Hi friends! Welcome back to my channel. This is Aso Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading, we are going to be looking at you and the person you are romantically involved with, or multiple people you're romantically involved with. What are the current energies between the two of you? What's going on? We're going to go really in depth into the energies and that are between the two of you, your energies individually, so you know if it's your pile or not. We're also going to go into how you guys are perceiving the connection, what's in alignment, what isn't. We're also going to be seeing what your truths are in this connection, as well as pulling channeled messages and advice for you. If this reading resonates and you would like to extend it, there will be an option for that where we are going to be looking at what is next for the connection. Not only what is next for the energies of the connection, what is next for the both of you individually in terms of how you'll experience this connection. We will be looking at what you will both experience together next with the connection as well. We'll get tons more channel messages and tons more advice. This extended is kind of a steal because they're almost double the length that they typically are, like 40 minutes. So if you are interested in checking that out, you're basically getting 10 minutes per $1 if you get the cheapest option. So if you want to check that out, that will be linked below. But before we get into it today, I do have a bit of a content disclaimer. I just want to remind everyone that these videos are made for adults, and we are going to be talking about adult subjects, and there will be adult topics. Unfortunately, I do have to censor myself because of YouTube's rules and restrictions, but the thing I need my people under 18 to be aware of is that I know that you're here, but I need you to understand this content is not made for you. I say this with the utmost peace and love. Obviously, an age as a number does not determine how mature we are or the messages that we're ready for, but I want you to know that if you are under the age of 18, that this content is not inherently made for you, and that the messages here are not meant for you. Now, that doesn't mean you still can't watch these and take what resonates for you, but the one thing I need you to understand is that it is okay to turn this stuff off. It is okay to just go and live your life and be a teenager and not stress out. Like, literally, life at this time for you is all about learning and making mistakes. You don't have to be anticipating every move and getting tons of information that you may not necessarily be ready for yet. So if these videos help you, that's fine if you're here. I just want you to be aware that this content isn't necessarily made for you. If you are watching these videos and the subject matter makes you uncomfortable, that is okay, even if you're over 18. If it makes you uncomfortable, you're not meant to watch it. If it makes you confused or uncertain, you're not meant to watch it. And so what I need you to know if you are younger is that I'm not necessarily saying you can't be here, but I am saying I don't want to know that you're here, and I don't want you to subject yourself to something that you're not ready to hear or you're not comfortable with, okay? Good. All right, so we have 4 piles for you guys to choose from today, starting with pile 1. We have the Absolutely Tarotble deck with this Larimar shell. And then for pile 2, we have the Gummy Bear Tarot with this piece of amber with bugs in it, which I just think is cool. And then for pile 3, we have the Spirit Speak Tarot, as well as this Labradorite Rose. And then finally for pile 4, we have the White Sage Tarot with this Amethyst Heart. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. It might be that you need to rule a pile out, or it might be that you're asking about multiple people. Just do what feels right for you. All that matters is that you get something from this. Information is useless unless it has a benefit to you. So, just take what resonates, and what doesn't, just discard it. So once you've picked your pile or piles, go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section, where I will have all the timestamps for each pile listed below. I will also have the extended links down there if you guys want to check that out after. So once you've picked your pile or piles, go ahead and find those things, and then I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Absolutely Tarotble tarot deck and this little Larimar shell, this is going to be your reading on you and this person and what's going on with your connection. So I'm actually going to use these tarot cards for person A when we get there. We'll just move your little shell off to the side, and we'll use a separate deck of tarot cards for person B, just so that we don't have any repetition. Move my little selenite guy. Okay, but before we get into that, we have to make sure you found the right pile. So the first part of this reading is just going to be the energy check. So we're going to be looking at you and them and the connecting energy between the two of you. And how I'm going to be doing this is just in a person A, person B style format. So it is up to you to decide which energy is you and your person. For some of you, you might find that you resonate with person AB or BA if you feel like you see yourself in both piles, and as well as your person in both piles. That's often indicative of mirroring. But if you don't see yourself in either side, it is likely that this is not your reading. Or if you do see yourself but you don't see your person, then it might be that the video or the message is talking about someone other than the person you asked about. But anyway, just do what feels right to you. There are no right or wrongs, but let's get into it. So to start with person A, we have the Prophet, and we have Go with the Flow. We have Fear of Failure, and we have Manipura, I Do. So this is the solar plexus chakra, and it deals with courage, ego, balance, and movement. So I'm actually gonna, speaking of movement, it's making me think of that Hosier, I can never say his name right, song. It's like, move me, baby. Okay, so actually let's do, before we look at connecting energies, let's look at person B. So person B's energy is the Light. We have Crisis. We have Release the Past. We have Joy. And we have Fear. And the songs are 6s to 9s by Big Wild and Waiting For by Rum Gold. So now let's get your connecting energies. So finally, between the two of you, we have Deceit. We have Ego Trap, Check Yourself, Ego, Judgment, Judgmental Thinking, Superiority Complex. We have Transmute, and we have Euphoria. Okay. Well, this definitely looks like a connection where two people are kind of skirting around each other, if that makes sense. I hate that I just heard skirt in my head. It makes me, there's this like SNL skit with Pete Davidson and Timothy Chalamet where they make fun of like modern rappers, and they yell like skirt like really loud, and I don't know why, but that's coming up. So I don't know if Saturday Night Live or like something related to that, SoundCloud rappers or something, is significant. But I want to go ahead and just start with the connecting energies between the two of you, because it definitely does seem like you're both playing things really cool. Incredibly cool, actually. And it kind of seems like neither of you are really focusing on this connection right now. I would be really surprised if you're dating this person and you're together with this person, because this does seem to be, oh my gosh, I forgot. We have to censor the human body because YouTube says so, unfortunately. Anyway, I think titties are great, but you know, I don't make the rules, Susan does. All right, so with the Transmute and Euphoria, neither party here has really been honest about how deeply this connection has affected both of you. In terms of the Prophet person, they're very clearly trying to play it cool right now. They are kind of in their own environment, working on themselves. I'm really called to notice the serpent that the Prophet is holding and attached to. I really feel like the Prophet person is really committed right now to transmuting and transcending a lot of their fears, especially their fear of failure. They're really working on healing their solar plexus chakra right now. So depending on if you are person A, if you've had an emphasis around healing your solar plexus, that could be a sign that you found the right pile. But I see person A here just kind of letting person B take the wheel a little bit. Either person A feels like they've said their piece, or they're following inner guidance to kind of just allow things to flow for right now. In terms of person A, it's kind of like, it's funny that there's this boat here, because it does kind of seem like person A doesn't want to rock the boat with person B. It seems like they're really working on their self-esteem, and I love too that person A is almost like shrouded in gold. And I really do think this goes to show that person A is kind of feeling confident in themselves, or at the very least trying to feel confident in themselves and in this connection, in the sense that they're not trying to control things. They're trying to focus on what they can control themselves. And I think the biggest thing they're trying to control is their fear around failure in terms of this connection. I think that the prophet person, despite their strong feelings, is still afraid of rejection. And I don't think that the prophet person wants the light person to know just how deeply this connection has impacted them and how much this connection actually means to them. So I think that this prophet person is kind of in this energy that's, depending on how it's expressed, it can be light or shadow, because there could be an egoic aspect of the prophet person where if, say, for example, the light person B, doesn't respond to them or leaves them unread or something, you know, the prophet person might get all huffy about it and be like, oh, I can't believe I did that. That's so stupid of me. Like, I can't believe I put myself out there. I should never do that. No one's good enough for me. Like, this prophet person has this kind of energy where sometimes I feel like they see how amazing they are and really feel that energy. And I do think that person B kind of triggers their insecurities. And this is actually a good thing, because the prophet person is not meant to be so triggered by smaller things. And that's what the prophet person is working on right now, and learning how to trust their intuition, even when it seems like things on the surface wouldn't match what the prophet is feeling intuitively. This person A, prophet person, is definitely in this energy where they're trying to build a healthy self-esteem, and one that is stable, so that they don't have these moments of just complete defeat or feeling like crushed because they didn't have a healthy self-esteem to like hold up their risky behavior before, which I don't think the prophet is doing any risky behavior. I think that the prophet just sees interacting with the light person or person B as risky behavior, because they really care about what person B thinks of them, and they really want person B to respond to them in positive ways. And so if that doesn't happen, then I think the prophet person interprets that as failure or as a rejection of their worth. So I think right now the prophet person is really in this energy of learning how to have healthy esteem and learning how to balance their ego and recognize what is truly their ego and what is their ego and what's their truth. What is helpful for them, what is just holding them back. And I think right now this prophet person is kind of in this energy of just trying to have a delicate balance between following what feels right to them and following the guidance that they receive. I feel like this prophet person is shedding skin, shedding old identities, and it really seems like the light person is not far behind. So let's move on to person B here, because I do think that the light person is having some sort of awakening. In fact, I think there's, on person B's side, I think there's more of an ego death here, because we have joy and we have fear. And I think what's really interesting here is we've got sunniness, which I'm actually hearing Sunny by Boney M. Yesterday my life was filled with rain. Which is interesting because the solar plexus chakra is kind of pretty similar to the sun, and we have the sun theme. So you could be watching this during Leo season, just past Leo season. So not if you're watching it right now, but Leo energy could be significant. But with this light person and their energy here, I think that they are having an internal crisis, an ego crisis, because they are realizing that what they have invested energy into isn't working. And I think one thing that they are realizing is that this connection makes them very, very happy. And that's kind of a crisis for this person. You know, this new thing, it's dawning. Rest my head on you. It's a border I'm crossing. All in my head. Should I play it safe? Hide away my feelings and play the game. So this person is definitely used to playing the game. With deceit and ego trap here, I feel like the person B is someone who's much more comfortable in surface level shallow connections. And with release the past, if there is history between you two, I definitely think that whoever person B is, I think that they are trying to release their past ways, and especially if their past ways impacted person A negatively, for example. But if this is a newer connection, then I think that person B is trying to release the past when it comes to their fear around being open to someone. I don't think that person B is very comfortable with the person that they are seeing more clearly. It's like with the light here, you know when you're like, when the lights are out and you're watching a movie or something and someone comes in and just turns the lights on really quickly and it jars you? That's kind of what this person B is going through. It's like the lights have been flipped on so suddenly and so quickly. They're seeing all this stuff about themselves that I don't really think they're very comfortable with, and they recognize that that needs to change. But it's like they're very conflicted because they see person A as someone who makes them really happy, but I feel like person B is someone that never thought they would base their happiness on a relationship ever or ever again, is something that I'm hearing. But you know, with this, I want you to hold me, come and lay with me, set aside your problems with me, baby. You turn my 6s to 9s, frequently fly, we can't deny, know this feeling tonight. So like, person B got 2 love songs. So I definitely think that they are realizing that they have to release their past ways. They have to go towards what scares them. And I think that's very difficult for them to do. So there's this kind of push and pull energy that they're dealing with, where they don't want to let go of their past self because that's the version of them that made them feel safe. But that past version of them is not compatible with who person A is now. And person B is realizing that they feel so good when they're around person A. And person A feels the same way about person B, because with transmute and euphoria, both parties here are benefiting from this connection in the sense that you both are transmuting false illusions of the ego, illusions of the mind that you have defined yourselves by, that you have believed yourselves to be. And I think you both are learning a lot about yourself through the energy of this connection, which is really wonderful. And I think what's really scary for the both of you is that there's the energy when you both are together just feels so good. And you might feel at times like, is this too good to be true? Is this me getting into some of the same mistakes that I've made before? And I think what Spirit is trying to get you both to realize is that you're not. You know, in the case of person B, this is a bit of a crisis for them because they're having to see things clearly, especially if they've been running from the truth for a long time. It's like the light is pretty harsh. If you've ever seen the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, when King Neptune takes his crown off and he's bald and everyone's like screaming like, bald, 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 and then there's got that guy that's like, my eyes, like that's kind of like person B, but just not about being bald, but about like just seeing the truth of themselves like so rapidly, and since like it's too much, but at the same time they can't go back. It's like a truth that they can't accept, and it's like the truth will set you free. But in the case of person B, it's like by being set free, they're making themselves vulnerable again, and that's really scary. And so I feel like person A is just in this process of like just kind of allowing person B to figure it out and you know, work through what they need to work through, because I think person A realizes that it's not their job to show person B the way. Like, person B is perfectly capable of figuring things out themselves, and person A has plenty to work on in the meantime. Like, both parties here are working really hard on trying to become better versions of themselves. And I think more so for person A, it's about maintenance and sustaining what's already been cultivated, whereas for person B, it's like, okay, now the real work starts. Like, now that the light has been shown onto what's not working, onto what's not making person B happy, and what's stopping person B from being more involved in this connection, now they're like, okay, I need to commit to this if this is something that I want. And I don't know how committed person B is to this energy yet, because I think they're still in the like shocked phase of it. Like, I still think they're still shocked. I think that they've had some huge realization of how important this connection is to them, or how special it is, and the fact that they don't want to let it go, and that they would be stupid to let it go. So they're trying now to heal, is the best way I can put it. Person A makes person B really, really happy, but person B is really afraid of that happiness. They're afraid of losing that. I think that person B has a lot of fears from the past that they haven't necessarily let go of, that maybe stop them from being more authentic. So that's definitely a lot of what they're working on right now. Whereas I feel like the Prophet is in this energy of just trying to play it cool. And I think on the Prophet's end, like, a lot of their deception comes from the fact that I feel like the Prophet doesn't let on about how deeply important this connection is to them, and how impactful it's been, and how much the Prophet person cares about the light person. But I think that they do plan to say something about that. It's like they're just kind of gaining the courage right now. Like, they're in their, it seems like both of you are kind of in your own energies, and person A is working on their self-esteem and learning to be okay with rejection, even if it does happen. It's like, no matter what, like, this Prophet person is learning how to follow the flow of life and not try to control things, whereas the light person is just awakening to, oh, okay, here's all the things that I need to work on if I want to embrace joy and not allow fear to rule me. So if that resonates as something that sounds like your connection, let's go ahead now and get into the tarot portion. So I am going to use this deck for person A, the one you chose, and then I am going to use, what deck is it? The Spirit Speak Tarot deck for person B. But I quickly did want to mention that if this is resonating and you're enjoying it, there will be an extended after this reading where we are going to go into what is going to happen next between the two of you. We're going to go in depth into what's going to be happening for you, what's going to be happening for them, what's going to be happening for you both together, what's going to be happening for the energy of the connection, and then we're going to pull tons of channeled messages so that we can see what you both would say to each other, what you both mutually agree on, what your mutual truths are, and then we will finish off with tons more advice so that you can move forward in this connection and in life in general with more confidence. So if you are interested in that, that will be linked down below. But let's go ahead now and get into the tarot part. So this tarot part is going to be pretty simple, and essentially what I'm going to do is for both sides, I'm going to look at what is in alignment, what's out of alignment, and what your truths are. So in terms of alignment, I kind of kept it open-ended. So this could be alignment with the connection, alignment with yourselves. Kind of take it as it resonates. We'll kind of see if I need to clarify things, but I just want to start with person A. So Spirit, for person A, okay, so Knight of Wands in reverse is wanting to come out for what is in alignment. And then what is not in alignment, we have the Two of Cups, and what is their truth? The Tree of Coins and Death. Okay, interesting. I think I'm gonna put that on the bottom here. We'll put the Knight of Wands right. Yeah. Okay, and now same thing for person B. What is in alignment for person B when it comes to this connection? We have Strength. Okay, cool. Now we can cover up this. Okay, and what is not in alignment? Oh my God. Okay, I'm actually gonna take all of these together because I think that they need to be. All right, okay. So this is what's not in alignment, and then what is their truth? It is the Seven of Swords. I need a clarifier for that. The Four of Swords, the King of Wands. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna start with person A because this is pretty transparent. So starting with person A and the Knight of Wands in reverse, what person A is doing that is in alignment with this connection is they're not taking action from a place of being triggered. So for example, let's say for example, person B leaves person A on red. In the past, that might have made person A really triggered and want to block them or delete them or something like that. But at this point, it seems like person A is realistic or is aware of their own responses enough to not be reactive to things that trigger them now. And so for person A, if you're person A, you're or they're not taking action from a place of frustration, from a place of trying to control things, or from a place of trying to get their way. Instead, they are waiting for inspired action to come to them. So like with the Knight of Wands in reverse, like one thing that is great that the Prophet is doing is that they're not trying to take any action in attempt to control the situation or from a place of trying to gain power over the situation. The Prophet person is recognizing that their true power lies within them, and that if they want real change to happen within this connection, they need to focus on themselves, focus on what they can control, allow things to unfold, and not allow their frustration with timing or their frustration with things not happening quickly enough to cause them to act in ways that they would be not so proud of. So what's out of alignment is the Two of Cups. And the vibe that I'm getting for this card is person A is still not seeing their value and their worth, especially when it comes to the purpose of this connection and the purpose of why you both are going through all this. So in the case of person A, there is a need to look at still where they are placing their value or what outcomes they are focusing on. It should be person A's goal to not be attached to any outcomes in this situation. And in fact, I think that maybe one of the things out of alignment is that person A might be having really high expectations of what person B can actually provide right now, especially since it does seem like they are going through a lot. But what Spirit is trying to get person A to understand is that while there is a beautiful camaraderie and connection between person A and person B, the physical relationship is just one component. And I don't mean physical relationship just in like, you know, the physicality, but like the way the connection exists on the material plane. I feel like person A has internalized beliefs around what love and romance should look like, or what this connection should look like, that don't necessarily fit with what the truth of it is and how it's supposed to play out. And so I do think there is some distortion on person A's side when it comes to their expectations of what's going to happen. And they might find that, or they may not realize this, but they might actually set themselves up sometimes for disappointment, because they might place expectations on a situation believing it's intuition. Okay, so there's something here about intuition versus hope. Hope is something you should always have, right? Person A is intuitive, but there's this small distinction, and it's even hard for me to explain, and this is why it makes sense it's coming out in this Two of Cups, because it's confusing and kind of convoluted and kind of paradoxical, so bear with me. But essentially, there is a need to recognize for person A their value alone. Because I do think that there is a part of person A where they may be feeling like, you know, they need that they're doing all of this so that they can finally be in the relationship that they want, so that they can finally have the connection that they want, like they can have their love story or whatever. And I think what the universe is trying to get person A to realize is that a beautiful love story is absolutely something that person A deserves, but person A is going to set themselves up for disappointment if they start writing this story instead of just being one of the characters and allowing life to flow. I think the prophet person A is still trying to figure out who they truly are, their main character energy, which I actually did a reading recently on main character energy, so you should check that out. I will link it below if you're interested. But this is about letting go of expectations when it comes to relationships, letting go of expectations when it comes to how relationships should look and how they should unfold. Instead, I think that the person A is meant to acknowledge and validate the fact that there are true, deep, real feelings here, but also validate the fact that things don't have to play out in a linear way, and that the prophet person doesn't need to know how everything is going to happen or plan how everything is going to happen. I think the prophet is meant to remember that they are still following divine guidance, and that they are part of a greater whole, and the best thing that they can do is focus on their part of the plan. It might be that at times the prophet gets caught up in what the light or person B is doing and what's going on there, and they might actually be holding themselves back from seeing truths about themselves that they need to be learning. And especially if the prophet person gets frustrated with timing, if you're the prophet person, you really want to be aware of how often you're focusing on the other person, because that is a sign that you need to focus it right back on you. So in terms of the prophet person's truth, we have death and the Three of Pentacles. So I definitely think that this person's truth as of right now, the prophet person, is that this connection has brought out amazing transformation within them. And I think that they feel like a different person because of this connection, or if this is a newer connection though, then I would definitely say that they see this connection as different, and they may almost feel like their past experiences were leading them up to this connection now. And with the Three of Pentacles, I feel like the prophet person just wants more contact with person B or the like person. They like being around person B. They have so much fun around person B, and I feel like they want to be more collaborative and show person B, you know, the person that they truly are. I feel like they worry sometimes that person B maybe gets the wrong impression of them, or that maybe they play things so cool that they don't show person B how much they admire them. But I feel like with this Death and Three of Pentacles as well, I feel like person A really sees this connection as opportunities for more growth and continued growth and transformation, and also an opportunity to build and grow together with the Three of Pentacles. I think that they see person B as someone solid to build and grow with. And so it's almost like I feel like they're waiting for that moment to be able to express that or do that. So let's go ahead and look at person B. So in terms of what is in alignment, we have strength here, which is interesting because I was talking about Leo energy. So I definitely think right now they are working on surrendering, actually, because true strength is not about overpowering something. It's about surrendering to your environment and working with your surroundings and working with what's coming to you, rather than trying to control everything. So I think what's in alignment is person B is no longer denying the feelings that they have about this connection. Person B is no longer trying to push away their feelings and pretend like they don't exist. I feel like they've gotten strong enough to the point where they're showing their feelings. Person B's feelings are shining a light on their shadow, and they're starting to see things, and instead of running away, they are starting to face it. But it's incredibly hard, and I think that they may be struggling a little bit. So let's talk about what's out of alignment. I didn't even look at all these cards. So we have the Four of Wands, the Hermit in reverse, the Three of Swords in reverse, and Justice upright. Okay, so I see that you both have things that are out of alignment when it comes to the way you understand relationships and maybe your limiting beliefs around them and your fears. For this person, there's a lot of fears around being open to someone again, and I'll explain why. So with this Four of Wands here, this is a really interesting Four of Wands because it almost seems like an extra wand was like tied to three. And usually the Four of Wands is about celebration and things like that. But Justice and the Four of Wands can often talk about marriage. And with the Three of Swords and the Hermit in reverse, it's quite possible that this person could have had a very serious relationship, or could have been divorced in the past, or could have even had parents that divorced, and that affected them deeply. I think that this person has a lot of negative experiences when it comes to their relationships. And so when they experience a good relationship, a positive relationship, I think that they are filled with a lot of fear because they don't necessarily know how to deal with that. I feel like once they start feeling those things, they start to feel out of control. And I think that person B does like to feel in control. And I think for them, they've kind of used maybe things that bring them joy, or like maladaptive coping mechanisms like partying, or just working a lot, to kind of avoid the inner work that they need to do in order to be a more balanced individual. I feel like this person person B doesn't necessarily want to admit to themselves all the work that needs to be done. But I think that they are recognizing that they have been pushing people away for far too long and not going within. They've kind of been ignoring their own wounds for far too long, and now it's like the universe is forcing them to do it because they've gone all this way. It's like, especially if you've known this person for a while, it's like probably the whole time you've known them, they've been avoiding a lot of work that they've needed to do. It's almost like they've just been almost kind of running from it, and now the universe is saying like, nope, like we're gonna balance these scales now. It's time for you to start addressing these wounds because you can't move forward if you don't. And so what's their truth right now? It's the Seven of Swords and the Four of Swords. This person So person B is not going to tell person A what's going on with them because they have far too much pride to ever admit that they're going through this right now. But with, this is so interesting, with the Four of Swords and the two closed eyes and the opened third eye, this person B has had some sort of psychic awakening around this connection. And I feel like they are not telling person A or not letting person A know at all. They're awake to something about this connection that either person A doesn't know or they don't want person A to know that they know. So they're kind of literally holding back right now, not telling person A what's going on, not communicating, not really doing anything, because they're actually truly going within for the first time. And I don't even really think they have the words to communicate what they're actually going through right now, which is really interesting. But I definitely think their truth right now is that there's a whole lot more to this situation than they realized. And I think that they are a little bit shook at how much was under their nose and how much they missed originally, how much. And I don't really think that this is necessarily about you, what they missed about you, but what they haven't realized about themselves, and like what wounds have stopped them from being maybe more aware. So their truth right now is that they know they need to heal. And this is a really, honestly, kind of upsetting thing for them, but I think that they know that this is what they need to do in order to get out of this energy. And I don't think that they necessarily know what comes after this cycle, and I don't think person A does either. And so I think the universe is trying to get both person A and person B in this energy of recognizing that these cycles are just meant to ebb and flow, and that you don't have to necessarily understand every component of them. There's growth and learning in every part, and there's definitely, I think, a need to surrender on both sides. So I'm gonna go ahead now and get advice for the both of you and guidance for the both of you. So I think actually though, before I do that, I'm gonna pull just like 1 or 2 channeled messages so that you can get an idea of what's gonna be in the extended. So just really quickly, I just want to see like one thing. So what would person A say to person B if they could be completely honest? Okay, so we have death again. I sometimes wonder if you care. And what would person B say to person A? Okay, we've got 2 cards. Let me have you. I am in so much pain. I would definitely believe that. And what would these 2 say to each other? Spirit, I can't even look at you right now, but on the back of the deck, you are my everything. So this makes a lot of sense. So I think person A, I think that person A is maybe a little impatient, which is absolutely okay and normal. But I think that person A underestimates how much person B is really going through right now. The fact that we have I am in so much pain. This person B really wants person A. But I think one thing that person B needs to heal is this idea that relationships are ownerships. They're not, it's not a process of ownership, it's a partnership. And so I think that that's one thing that person A has to be aware of and be in that energy where they're not going to accept something less than equality. But in person A's case, I feel like they may take person B's lack of action personally, and even though they feel the connection so deeply and they feel person B and they know that there's more to this, they wonder if they're crazy or, does person B even care about this? Like, am I wasting my time? Like, I feel like person A has to continually redirect themselves back to the truth because their mind is constantly questioning things. And I think in person A's case, yes, person B does care. They care so much that they literally hold themselves back because they want you, but they're in too much pain to do that, because they've got to work through all of their issues before they can really show up in an equal and balanced way with person A. And that's good, because person A needs more time to work on their self-esteem and work on what's going on within. And what's interesting is it does look like there's a storm rolling in. I don't know if you noticed, but it got like super dark all of a sudden. So storms could be significant. Storms in general, like storms always make way for new growth and new life to happen. So I do feel like that person B is going through a bit of a storm right now, but it's in their highest good, and it's actually in person A's highest good as well. And so for both of you, I can't even look at you right now. It's like you both are, which is funny because neither of you are looking at each other right now. You both are focusing on yourselves. Like you both are having to look at yourselves in honest ways so that you can show up in authentic ways. But I think the truth is this connection is really special to the both of you. And because it's so special, you both are willing to really go within and look at what needs to be healed and worked on so that you don't self-sabotage this connection. So I'm going to go ahead now and pull some guidance for both of you. So, Spirit, what guidance do you have for person A, please? Honoring self. This is perfect. The trigger statement is, this is the way it has always been done. And the true statement is, I create my way. You are ready to fulfill your desires by thinking outside the box. The path less traveled may be more fulfilling. What about for person B? Oh, yep, here it comes. You guys can hear it. So for person B, we have reset. And the trigger statement is, I am sick. And the true statement is, I am alive. It's time to embrace a new way of being, one filled with health and the freedom to create a new reality. So person A is definitely, I think person A is being guided to work more on their lower chakras, specifically their sacral and solar plexus, but root as well. And I think person B really needs to work on the upper chakras, more specifically the third eye chakra, especially if person B, if you're person B or you know person B, well, you should know person B. If you watch the whole thing and you don't know person B, and be like, oh, why are you staying here, crazy? But anyway, it's really easy when you consume substances for your third eye to get a little mucky and icky and needs cleared more often. So if you're person B, if you imbibe in substances, I just would recommend to you that you focus on like clearing your third eye or energy clearing in some way, like resetting it with third eye chakra music or something like that. Just like focusing on the third eye chakra. Eucalyptus or coriander could be a helpful scent. But what about for both of you? What healing needs to occur for both of you? And I knew it was going to be a heart chakra card. So you both need to work on cheerfulness. And the trigger statement is, I am powerless. And the true statement is, I am excited to see what the future brings. And God said, you better be excited for what the future brings, because I'm going to be loud. The future is bright. Enjoy knowing that your optimism today fuels your amazing tomorrow. Yeah, I feel like both of you, one thing that you need to know is that this connection is not meant to tear you both down. It's meant to help uplift you both and get you ready to be in this energy where even if this connection, whether this connection is a part of your life or not, the fact that if you both can learn how to be excited for tomorrow and uplifted about what the future brings, no matter what, like you'll be in such a solid place. I think what you're meant to realize is that you're not powerless in this situation, but the ways in which you might be trying to control the situation will make you think you're powerless because you're putting your power in the wrong places. Put your power into yourself. That's the point of what I'm trying to say. So, Spirit, what other guidance for person A do you have? Learn and teach. New hobby, do your research, consult a professional. So whatever. So for person A, clearly getting out of your comfort zone, trying new things. What about person B? We have trust God, unexpected blessing, do your part. So I think for person B, Spirit is really saying like, it's time to embrace this storm that has just rolled in, as you can hear from outside. And it's time to trust that there's a reason all of these things are being brought to light. It's not so it's not to punish you, person B. It's not to tear you down. It's not to make you feel bad about yourself. It's to empower you so that you can change what's holding you back and follow towards what will truly make you happy. Person B has only been brought to this dark point in order for the light to be seen. Sometimes we have to go pretty deep before that happens, but once it does, it's pretty life-changing. So, okay. Alone time, yeah. So this is confirming for both of you. Self-care, enjoy your peace, recharge, alone time. There is a lull in this connection right now for a reason. Spirit is saying there's nothing that you are doing wrong. This is not something that you need to judge yourselves for or place shame on yourselves for. This is literally like you're purposefully being separated right now so that you both can work and grow on yourselves and learn from this period. You are not meant to spend this time wishing and, well, you can spend the time wishing and yearning for one another. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but there's value in this time apart where you both are meant to be working and focusing on yourselves and focusing on what about you isn't true to yourself and transmute those false aspects of the ego and what aspects of the ego may be stopping you from being vulnerable with one another. That's huge. So pile 1, I am going to leave your reading here and I'm going to move over to the extended now. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads or just letting them play in the background while you do something else. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and my channel if you enjoy what I do. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can check out the extended. You can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. Those two things are amazingly helpful. You have no idea. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my merch, which is linked below, as well as my social media, which is linked below. But that is all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Amber Stone and the Gummy Bear Tarot, this is going to be your reading. So we're going to use the tarot later to go deeper, and we're actually going to use 2 different tarot decks, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. What we're going to start by doing is checking the energy and just seeing where you and this person are. So we have person A on this side, person B on this side, and the connecting energies between the two of you. It is absolutely okay if you resonate with both sides. That is often indicative of mirroring. Just take what resonates. If you can't see yourself in either side, then that means it is not your pile, and I would try a different one or do something else with your life. So with that being said, let's go ahead and look at person A's energy towards this connection. So we have the octopus. We have spice things up. We have amazing sacks. Oh my God, we had to censor that too. Okay, and we have All My Friends by Great Gable. Should I drink another lie? Would it make it right? Can I call myself her lover? But all my friends, they say they're happy for me. But my mind traces back to all the harm I've caused. And that's the feeling of remorse. By the way, if you're like, why am I censoring all of this? It is not, I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm doing this because I have to. YouTube is quite strict, so if you have a problem, take it up with YouTube, not me. I can't control it. So person B now, they are being represented by the Serpent, self-sabotage, sacks money, feelings die by likely, late night, call you in the late night, trade love for one night, talk offline, no I don't mind, no love when you hold me, baby don't cry, sacks money, feelings die. And finally we have make a move. Definitely gonna have to move these over. Sorry if it's annoying that I have to censor them, but like I said, it's not something I can control. So, and by the way, with these energies already coming out, I want to remind everyone that these readings are for adults. So if I get any comments in my comment section being like me being 14, picking pile 2, shh. All right, if this actually resonates and you're 14, that makes me want to like claw my eyes out and jump off a cliff, like peace and love. So if you are younger than 18, just know that these readings are meant for people who are adults, and I don't want to know that you're here. Anyway, with that being said, the connecting energies we have are alien planet, make yourself at home, adaptability, change, originality. We have confusion. We have door to value, and we have the sovereign. So I actually want to start with the connecting energy first, and then we'll go into person A and person B, because I definitely think it's important to talk about the similarities between the two of you. So starting with alien planet being here, I definitely feel like both people in this connection have always kind of felt like they've lived life on the outside looking in. It's almost like these are two people who are so used to having to translate their true being into a form that is acceptable and digestible for the people around them, that it's often hard for them to recognize what their true self actually is. And what I mean by that is these two might become so used to playing a role or playing a part in their friend groups, family, whatever it may be, that they almost forget at times who they truly are, or forget how important it is to embrace and embody their true self. I can definitely see there's a lot of confusion in this connection, and I definitely think that that is one, because communication is likely abysmal when it comes to this connection. I think that there's a lot that you both leave unsaid, and I also think that these are two people with two very big egos, and I don't mean that in a way that's meant to like shame. Like, we all have egos, and there's nothing wrong with having an ego, but one thing that I do think we forget sometimes is that people with big egos only have big egos because there's a lot they feel they need to protect. Big egos come from a place of feeling like it's not safe to be their vulnerable self. It's not safe to be upfront. And I think that both parties here have really focused their time, energy, and attention on bettering themselves, taking the lead in their own life, and becoming the most ideal versions of who they are meant to be. With the Sovereign card being here, I think hyper independence is one thing that both of these people deal with, where it is just easier for them to worry about themselves, worry about their needs, and I feel like both people here really struggle to actually ask for help, or struggle to admit when they are not doing so great, or they struggle to admit like when they're feeling vulnerable or when they're unsure. I feel like both parties here really do kind of come towards one another in a very inauthentic light, where it's almost like both of you are putting up fronts for one another, despite this underlying feeling that there's something deeper to this connection. And I think that both of you are uncomfortable expressing the deeper elements of this connection, maybe because you've never felt feelings like this for one another, or you're just really unsure of how to communicate what you're feeling and going through with this confusion card. It's like, which I think it's interesting that the confusion card looks like static, because it's almost like, especially because the static is really black and white, and it's almost like both of you are used to defining things in very black and white terms, like this is either this or this is that, or all men are like this, or all women are like that, or whatever it may be. It's like both parties here are showing one another that there's more to this connection than meets the eye, and more to this connection than either are used to being aware of. With this door to value card here, I feel like both parties see each other as someone special and as someone that they admire. I almost feel like both parties here are really used to putting one another on a pedestal, whether they realize it or not. I think both parties are really focused on their abundance and financial security. I also think they're working really hard on just trying to become the best versions of themselves. But I also think that this constant need to become better versions of themselves and to be so hyper independent comes from a place where they are afraid to be intimate and vulnerable with others. So let's start with the octopus person, because I can definitely see here that the octopus person is someone who overthinks a lot. They're definitely someone who always has a lot on their plate, so it's very easy for them to kind of avoid or run away from their deeper feelings or deeper emotions or the things that kind of scare them, because they're always able to distract themselves with something else. It's almost like they can constantly run from this connection or run from the energies of this connection or the feelings of this connection, because they've always got something else to redirect and focus on. I definitely think that whatever has happened between these two, between the octopus and the serpent, the octopus being person A and the serpent being person B, I definitely feel like both parties here use physical intimacy as a way to express their truth, because they don't really know how to say it in words. But I also think that there's this kind of energy where both of you can't really talk about your deeper feelings because neither of you are really ready to admit them to one another. I feel like for the octopus person, whatever physical intimacy has happened between them and the serpent, I feel like they're feeling very conflicted about it, mainly because they really enjoy being intimate with the serpent. The octopus really enjoys the connection that they have, and I think there's almost a constant yearning, I would say, for the serpent person. I feel like the octopus also, though, doesn't like to admit that they would ever yearn for that, or that they would want another person. I feel like both parties here kind of have this energy of like, I don't need anyone, like all I need is myself, I just need to focus on me and my bag, whatever. And I think for the octopus person, I feel like they think about setting boundaries with the serpent person, but they have a hard time doing that because they also don't want to give up the intimacy, the little intimacy that does exist within this connection. I would say it's quite likely that these two are friends with benefits or something like that, but I definitely think that the octopus at times gets afraid of how attached they could become, and I think it's easier for them to just focus on what is instead of what could be. I do think that the octopus either regrets being physically intimate with the serpent person in the recent past, maybe because they were hoping that this intimacy would change, or maybe they regret not saying more or not doing something more for the serpent person. There's definitely intense energies here between the octopus and the serpent, and I think for the octopus, even though they like the physical elements of this connection, I think that they wish that there was something deeper, but they don't know what that is. And I feel like there is a habit for both the octopus and the serpent here where they really ruminate on the past and have a hard time not beating themselves up and kicking themselves for things that could have just been life being life or them not making a decision or not taking action when they know that they could have. So looking at the serpent person, I can definitely see that there is a lot of fear when it comes to this connection. They really want to reach out to the octopus person, but I feel like they constantly stop themselves. With this self-sabotage here, I think that they are very uncomfortable with their emotions in general. I don't think that the serpent person has contempt for the octopus, but I do think that they have contempt for the feelings that the octopus gives them. I feel like the serpent person has a very limited idea of intimate relationships with others. You know, obviously a red rose like makes me think of romance and is often a sign of romance, and or, you know, deeper, more passionate feelings. And I think that the serpent person is kind of used to an attitude when it comes to life and love that is kind of survival of the fittest, like kill or be killed. And, you know, a lot of serpents, reptiles kind of have this survival mindset where, you know, the mother will abandon her eggs before they're even hatched. I mean, I'm not saying that's for all serpents, but for a lot of them, there's, in serpents themselves, not just the serpent person, there's a survival mindset that is, I have to be the predator or I will be the prey. And so I think that the octopus person really withholds talking about their deeper feelings to the serpent person because they are afraid of almost getting bitten or being rejected. Because I do think that the octopus person, it feels at home with the serpent person, and vice versa. The serpent person also feels at home with the octopus person. And it's like these deeper feelings that these two evoke in one another are almost too uncomfortable. It's like they're the feelings that exist in this connection between these two trigger a lot of insecurities and fears within one another that I don't think either of you really talk about with each other. I think it's like you both kind of suppress the fear and the feelings that you both have for one another, and it's almost like when you are with this person or communicating with this person, you guys kind of skirt around the issue and keep things cool and kind of surface level. If anything, it's almost like you both are always not always, you're never acknowledging kind of the massive elephant in the room, which is how this connection makes you both feel. And I think part of it truthfully is that you guys aren't even really sure how this connection makes you feel yet. I think you both just hate the vulnerability that this connection invokes within both of you. And rather than sharing that with one another, I feel like you both kind of project these assumptions and insecurities onto one another, where the octopus person might be like, the serpent person doesn't care about me, like they just want to use me and leave me. And the serpent person is like, oh, the octopus, you know, I'm sure they have plenty of opportunities. They've got, you know, if this is what the physical connection with them is like, I'm sure that they've got other people knocking on their door. I'm sure they've got other people interested in them. And it's almost like you both just kind of talk yourselves out of any deeper feelings or emotions that you may have. So I feel like for the octopus person, it's a lot easier for them to just pretend like they're busy, pretend like they're distracted. And I feel like if they have done anything wrong or anything that they feel guilty about when it comes to this connection, I think that they wish that they could be honest with the serpent person about, you know, what they wish they could have changed or what they wish they could have done differently. But for the serpent person, I feel like they have a much harder time dealing with this connection, in the sense that I feel like the serpent person has had this very streamlined narrative of how they thought their life was going to go, where they were just going to focus on kind of being like the top dog in life, like getting the best house, getting the best car, having the most money, just being on top. It's like with the Sovereign card being here, I feel like both of you are very much invested in yourselves, but almost to the detriment of being able to make authentic connections with one another. I feel like a lot of this desire to be the best, or a lot of this hyper independence, ultimately stems from the belief that people couldn't meet your needs anyway, and that intimacy is something that is always painful, and intimacy is something that always hurts and always leaves you regretful or remorseful or feeling contempt. So I feel like for the serpent person, you know, serpents are also known for being pretty cold-blooded as well. And I think that this connection is kind of, it's hot, like kind of literally, but also I think it's something where I feel like the serpent person thought their heart was cold and dead, and every time they interact with the octopus or even think of the octopus, I feel like they almost get angry, and they literally feel contempt for the emotions that they're having. I think they literally believe that emotions are beneath them and that people who have emotions are weak. And I think that keeps them in kind of this really unhealthy cycle where they can't admit that they are so afraid of being vulnerable that they literally sabotage things that come their way. And what's actually interesting is that in the self-sabotage card, you know, the girl behind it, it looks like there's glass or something there. And so it's almost like even though these two may be sitting in front of one another, it's almost like there is this invisible barrier because neither party feels safe enough to be vulnerable about their deeper emotions or feel ready to talk about their deeper emotions, or they may not even know what their deeper emotions are yet. They may just be very confused by this connection and very confused on how this connection would actually play into their life, and why it is something that is on their mind, and why it is something that is plaguing them. I feel like they don't know, and rather than these two saying like, honestly, what is this connection? What is going on here? It's like you both kind of choose to ignore the deeper emotions and play it cool. So for the serpent person, I think that they are trying to, honestly, I feel like just in terms of this energy right now, they are trying to suppress what they feel. But I think where they struggle is they get those late night feelings, they push their feelings down and suppress them. And I feel like the serpent person really has a desire to reach out to the octopus person, but they suppress it and stop themselves. And then I think that the only time they don't stop themselves is when they're either inebriated or they reach like a breaking point where they're like, oh, I just have to reach out to the octopus. And then it might start another cycle of coldness after that, because then they're like, crap, why did I do that? Why did I reach out to them? I feel like this serpent person has an ultimate belief that feelings die no matter what. And like, it's better to just keep people at arm's length and keep people out of their inner world, because then they can't necessarily know that they'll be safe or not. Whereas for the octopus person, I feel like they go back and forth between regretting interacting with this connection and interacting with this serpent person, and at the same time yearning for this person and not being able to deny the feelings that they have for the serpent person, and the ways in which this connection makes them feel all giddy. I almost wouldn't say, for some of you, maybe the emotions aren't that deep yet, especially if this is a newer connection. But this could also be a friends with benefits connection where neither of you really want to talk about, or maybe both of you are in this energy of not being very committed or committal. But I feel like there's on the octopus side, there's remorse for leaving things unsaid, or remorse for maybe not setting certain boundaries with the serpent person. And I think for the serpent person, they're just feeling a lot of anger and contempt with themselves for how this connection makes them feel. They almost feel like it's taking them off their game. And I think as a result, they get really frustrated with this connection and almost kind of distance themselves and push themselves away from it, because they just don't want to admit, they don't even want to be open to the idea that these feelings could be something more, because to them, feelings and deeper emotions are just something that always lead to more pain and just lead to more endings. Like, you know, with the serpent here literally looking at a skull and, you know, this saying sex, money, feelings die, I think that the serpent person is mourning a connection and mourning a relationship that hasn't even gotten off the ground yet, because they are just so used to this belief that that's how things end anyway. Whereas the octopus person, I feel like, really ruminates on what they've done in the past and wishes that they had said more, had done more, And I feel like they wish they would have done things differently. But I think ultimately with these soft colors here, especially in the song cards, I really feel like there's an inner softness to the both of you that neither of you really want to talk about. You just don't really want to be vulnerable. And so I think that you both are kind of going through the motions in a connection like this, and acting in ways that you know are socially acceptable, so that you don't have to acknowledge what's really going on here. So we're going to go ahead and go deeper into the tarot now, and we're going to look at what is in alignment for each of you, what is out of alignment with this connection for each of you, and then what each of your truths are. And then if you get through this reading and you want more, there will be an extended link down below, and these are going to be very long, very juicy extendeds, where we're going to be looking at what's next for you, what's next for your person, and what's next for the connection. We're also going to be getting tons of channeled messages and seeing what you would say to them, what they would say to you, what you both would say to each other, and we'll get tons more guidance as well. So if you are interested in that, that will be linked below. So I'm going to use the tarot cards that you guys picked to read for the octopus, and then I'm going to use the absolutely terrible deck for the serpent person. So let's just shuffle that really quickly. These do not want to shuffle very well. Oh, and I feel like I need to say as well, before we do go deeper, there is a sense and a feeling of home between the two of you, because we have that more than once with this alien planet, make yourself at home, and love, calling home. So I feel like the serpent person especially knows that there's deeper feelings here, and they hate to admit that, and so it's almost like they run away from home because they don't want to admit what home feels like. And I think for both of you feel a sense of home, but I think you're both afraid to acknowledge it, because what if the other doesn't feel the same? Which I actually think it's like you both feel different shades of the same colors almost. I just think it's interesting how similar your colors are, and I think that there's a lot of softness that you both are just hiding from one another. So first, I want to see, okay, so what is in alignment for the octopus when it comes to this connection? What is in alignment? Okay, we have the Eight of Swords. And what is out of alignment for the octopus? We have the Nine of Swords. And what is the octopus's truth when it comes to this connection? We have the Six of Swords. Okay. And then let me see for the serpent person what it is for them. Okay. So what is in alignment for the serpent person when it comes to this connection? Five of Cups. What is out of alignment when it comes to the serpent person in this connection? All right, we have the Five of Pentacles. And finally, what is the serpent's truth in this connection, please? The Emperor. Okay. What's on the back of the decks? Okay. Back of the deck for the serpent is the Seven of Pentacles, and back of the deck for the octopus is the Star. So I'm going to start with the octopus's energy first. So what's in alignment for the octopus is, I do feel like this connection is inspiring the octopus person to, start addressing their tendencies to overthink. You know, the Eight of Swords, which everything that the octopus is learning in this connection right now is related to their mindset and their mentality. And for the Eight of Swords, I think that the octopus is trying to get a handle on their mental energy and their racing thoughts. I feel like they're aware that their mind is kind of running from them, but the Eight of Swords is all about recognizing that you're not as trapped as you think you are. And so I think in the case of the octopus, I think what's in alignment for them is this recognition that something needs to change with their mindset, and especially when it comes to their mindset around this connection, because they're kind of going around in circles and not really getting any results. So if you are the octopus person, then I would say that this is a good sign that you are starting to get out of unhelpful thought patterns that are not yours to be holding on to. So anything related to like having a healthier mindset towards things and kind of trying not to trap yourself in thoughts of this connection, I think is in alignment for the octopus person. But interestingly, what's out of alignment for the octopus person is the Nine of Swords. And I think that this is the octopus's attitude towards the situation, where I think that they are looking at this connection with a lot of, well, remorse. We saw that. But I feel like they're looking at this connection with a lot of they're looking at this connection from a place of distortion, in the sense that I feel like the octopus person is being really negative about this connection. I feel like they might almost be keeping themselves up, making assumptions about what the serpent person actually feels and what the truth of this connection is. I feel like the octopus person, when they get stuck in this racing energy, they also get really negative about not just this connection, but about their life in general. I think they start to question their entire reality, and I feel like they beat themselves up for things that were never their fault in the first place. And so I definitely think that is a challenge for the octopus person, where they are needing to realize that when things happen that's outside of their control, that doesn't mean that they need to beat themselves up for those events. I feel like the octopus person, rather than trying to get somewhere with this energy and conquer it, I think that when they forget that they do have power over their mindset, or that they're struggling to have power over their mindset, so they need to ask for help or find help, when they get stuck in that mindset instead, I think it makes them feel not only powerless in this connection, but powerless in their life, period. And I think that they create a lot more harm for themselves than is necessary. I think that their mentality can be very dangerous, because their mindset can either help them be confident and move forward, or keep them stuck in cycles and kind of in a hellish mental state. And so if you are the octopus person, I think the biggest thing is no matter what, this energy can't last if you want things to change here. Because let's talk about what the octopus's truth is. The octopus's truth, period, is that they either need to move on from this connection or move forward from what this connection has been. You know, the Six of Swords is all about moving to clearer waters and kind of finding relief after difficult challenges or conflicts. And so I think with the Six of Swords, this octopus is recognizing that where this connection is right now is not beneficial or useful for them. So if they can't move forward with the serpent person, then they will move forward alone. I feel like this is them recognizing that no matter what's meant to happen in this connection, staying in this spot is not what is meant for them. And actually what's kind of interesting is that we have this red gummy bear twice, and I almost feel like, you know, we even have a little bit of water as well. And so I almost feel like, you know, this really represents the octopus person kind of taking the blindfold off with their mentality and saying, wait a minute, I'm not actually stuck here. Let me hop in my boat and move forward. I feel like no matter what, the octopus, they might not be writing off the serpent person, but they definitely are recognizing that where they are right now is not serving them or the serpent person. So they need to move forward for the good of them. And if the serpent person is ready to work with them as well, then they will cross that bridge when they get there. But I think they're realizing it's just time for me to move forward. It's time for me to do what's best for me. And I can't solve someone else's problems. I can only solve mine. I can only deal with myself. I can only work on what is what is truly meant for me, or I can only work on what I can control. So I'm going to stop trying to play God or pretend like I have more control over this situation than I actually do, and move forward for my mental health. Whereas for the serpent person, what's in alignment with them is that I definitely think that they are finally starting to address kind of their own inner sadness. I'm hearing the quote, "Inside every cynic is a disappointed idealist." I can't remember who said that. So if somebody knows, you can credit them in the comments. But was it George Carlin? I don't know. But I think in the case of the serpent person, I think that they are maybe disappointed in their behavior in this connection, and maybe disappointed as to how things have ended up between the serpent and the octopus. But I think they're really focused on what's gone wrong, and they're not focusing on what is left here. And I think with the fact that, which the Five of Cups typically does show this, there's usually, you know, 2 cups still upright. And I think that the serpent person really struggles with a negative mindset as well. I think that's one thing that both parties could relate to is having a pretty negative perception of the world and a negative perception of one another as a result, even though I feel like neither of you have really been open or honest with one another. I feel like the serpent person is so used to looking at the glass half empty and looking at what is spilled and crying over spilled milk, quite literally for some of you, that they can't see what still remains in this connection. And I think what still remains in this connection is potential, is care and compassion for one another. And as a result, I think that they're kind of, this is in alignment for them, because at least cups are about emotions. So they're starting to acknowledge some sort of emotion. They're starting to acknowledge that they are really disappointed by where this situation has gone. And I think that they're also recognizing that they've played a role in this. Like it seems like they've knocked some of these cups over. And I think what they're realizing is that a lot of disappointment in this situation stems from the fact that they haven't taken the action that they feel like they could have or should have. And not only that, it's like, I feel like they are recognizing that they've been so focused on the negatives and so focused on their pain that they couldn't see the value of what this connection was showing them or teaching them. Now, what's out of alignment is the Five of Pentacles. I think this is really interesting because you guys have this kind of mirrored, where you have this lighter card, and then what's out of alignment is a darker card. And so I think in the case of the Five of Pentacles, I feel like the serpent person feels like all is lost in this situation. That they've already lost the octopus person, that they've already lost this situation, and that there's no point in trying to invest themselves in this situation because they're just going to lose it anyway. I feel like they are not even seeing the fact that this connection has already brought them value because it's bringing them closer to themselves. I definitely think that while the octopus is maybe more stuck in their mindset and stuck about worry and stuck in fear, I feel like the serpent person is stuck in this belief that they're not good enough for the octopus person, and the belief that they're not good enough for anything. I feel like they are stuck in this belief that they cannot do enough to change this, and that even if they did grow and improve, like they still wouldn't be worthy enough. They still wouldn't be good enough. And it's really sad. That's a huge bummer. But I definitely think that they are meant to realize, at least at some point, that they are not seeing the full picture. Like, they are definitely looking at what they don't have, looking at what they're not, looking at what they can't do, rather than looking at what they can do, what opportunities they do have to change things. And their truth is the Emperor. And so I definitely think that their truth is centered around the fact that they need to be in control. And unfortunately, the need to be in control means that they are not necessarily doing anything concrete about this connection. I feel like with the Emperor card here, they are too focused on trying to stay on top and trying to stay in control. So it almost kind of seems like the octopus person is saying, well, if this person isn't going to budge, then I got to keep moving forward. And it's almost like the Emperor, the serpent person, is keeping their eyes closed and almost willingly watching the octopus move forward, because they don't want to admit how painful it will be for them to watch this happen or to acknowledge it happening. So I feel like the unfortunate thing for the serpent person is that when they're in this connection or with the octopus person, they feel so confident and empowered, but at the same time, it is those feelings that make them very afraid, because it's almost like, you know, the Emperor is a lot about control and feeling in control as well. And I think that the serpent person ultimately is still in this energy of needing to have control. And so even though the octopus willingly gives the serpent person a lot of control in this connection, I think that the serpent person isn't recognizing that an authentic connection, you can't control an authentic connection. It's meant to be, it's just not how that works. Like, one person is not meant to control everything. And so I think right now the serpent person is just trying to keep themselves under control. They're trying to keep themselves from falling too far off their path. And I think as a result, they're kind of stuck in stagnancy because they just don't know what to do. And I think that they are kind of refusing to look at what's in front of them. They're refusing to look at what they need to address. They're refusing to look at the elements of life and the elements of this connection that make them uncomfortable and make them feel out of control. Rather than facing it and challenging it, I feel like they are trying to ignore it and literally just keep their eyes shut so that they don't have to acknowledge reality and what is actually happening. And so I definitely think for the octopus person, they're like, listen, I can't sit and wait for the serpent person to figure it out. I just need to get to a place where I feel better and find my respite. And I think that the Emperor person is too busy trying to keep themselves and their emotions under control that they're not even really paying attention to this connection right now, because it's just too overwhelming for them to look at. So I'm gonna go ahead now and get some channel advice. We'll get advice in a second, but I want to get channeled messages first between the two of you and see what you would say to one another, and then what you would mutually say. So first I want to see, Spirit, what would the octopus person say to the serpent person? Yes. And gossip only hurts more. So it's quite possible that maybe the octopus person heard that the serpent was saying things about them, or felt like maybe if there's mutual friends in this situation, you know, maybe the octopus person has heard things about the serpent person or something like that. I definitely feel like the octopus person, if the serpent person came forward with an offer, like the octopus person would immediately say yes or something like that. I feel like the octopus person wants to say yes to the serpent, but the serpent's refusing to give a response. And so I feel like the octopus person is like, okay, well, I have to say yes to me. I have to say yes to life. I can't push that back. But I do feel like they are, maybe they've heard things that the serpent has said, or maybe they've heard things about what the serpent is up to that's really painful. And so it's almost like, instead of directly asking the serpent person, I feel like the octopus person might be taking gossip that they've heard about the serpent at face value and just choosing to move forward and move away from this connection because they don't want to face it or ask. So let's see what the serpent person would say to that. No wanted to pop out, but it got pushed back underneath. So what would the serpent say to the octopus spirit? I know you from somewhere. And yeah, nah. Okay. So I definitely think that the serpent person is acknowledging that there's something deeper here. You know, 6 is a number of love, but I think that that is something where they're not comfortable with it, because with this yeah, nah, this is them really saying like, yeah, I wanna acknowledge this connection, but nah, I'm not gonna. Like, it's like they know that there's something deeper here, but they're not willing to acknowledge it. And I think that the octopus person is like, well, I'm not gonna sit here and not be somewhere where I'm not appreciated, or where I can't be stuck in a connection where they're not willing to work with me. See, I feel like the octopus is more willing to work with the serpent person, but I think that the serpent person is too stuck in their own pain right now. And I think the octopus is recognizing that it's keeping them in a situation where they're not where they're not honoring themselves, and they're not really saying yes to life anymore, because they're kind of stuck in their own anxious thoughts and fears around this connection. So let's see what you two would say to each other now. Words do hurt. Okay, we have 2. I am coming, trust, and I left because you told me to. So, okay, well, that's kind of confusing. Can we get one more clarifier? Okay, yeah, you both are definitely in your egos, and I'm sorry. I feel like both of you, I feel like a lot of the pain in this situation stems from the fact that neither of you are ballsy enough to talk about your actual feelings and talk about, the uncomfortable bits of this connection. I feel like maybe both of you have apologies to say to one another, or both of you feel like, even if you don't think that you owe the other an apology, you might not realize how even the smallest or most innocent things could be painful to one another. But I do feel like with this, words do hurt. I think both of you are kind of hurt by this situation. Both of you are hurt by the things that you have said or left unsaid. I feel like both of you know that there's more here, but neither of you are really stepping up to the plate and being willing to put yourselves in that vulnerable position. And so it's almost like both of you, with this I am coming, trust, and I left because you told me to, it's like both of you have one foot in and one foot out. And so I feel like if you're feeling really discouraged about this energy, no matter which person you are, one thing that you have to know is that it takes 2 to tango, and that if you are putting all the blame on the other person, it is time to reflect within and recognize how, even though the semantics of the situations may be different, or the semantics of where you both are at, you both are kind of mirroring one another, and you both are not really wanting to let go of your egos. It's like, I feel like both of you admitting vulnerability seems like a weakness to the both of you, and you think that almost like coming at this situation from a place of just like cool, calm, collectedness is the way to go. But I think you both are really kind of in your egos in this situation, and kind of protecting yourselves from connecting more deeply. And I think it's like both of you are running away from one another at different times and chasing one another at different times. And so it's kind of like you leap back and forth between, I'm done with this connection, screw this person, I'm walking away, I'm done. And then, something happens and it comes back around, and then one of you reaches out to the other, and it starts the cycle again. And I feel like what Spirit needs the both of you to know is that this cycle is not going to end until one of you does something differently, until one of you is bold enough to say, hey, this is what I think, to say your truth. And I think it's honestly hard for me to even channel your truths, because you have them under lock and key, both of you do. And so I feel like 8 always reminds me of like an infinity sign, and I think that this situation will continue to come back around in the same way until one or both of you decides to do something differently. So we're gonna go ahead now and get some advice for the both of you and see what you both need to know. Okay, so Spirit, what advice do you have for the octopus? We have wisdom with the scent of rosemary, and the trigger statement is, it doesn't make sense, and the true statement is, I see the bigger picture. You are moving towards a deeper level of understanding, from knowledge to wisdom. Take time to absorb the lessons. Yeah, so I definitely feel like the octopus person is learning how to, instead of take things at face value, recognize or shame themselves for outcomes that they maybe wouldn't have preferred or wish they could have avoided. I think they're realizing that there's a bigger purpose to this. And not only that, I feel like the octopus person is meant to realize that even if a situation doesn't turn out the way that they were hoping it would, that there's still wisdom to gain and wisdom to things to learn from it, so that they can approach situations differently, either with the serpent person or with a new person. I feel like no matter what, this connection serves a valuable purpose to the both of you, because you both are meant to start looking within and learning how to be vulnerable with yourself so that you can start to be vulnerable with other people. You can't have an authentic connection with a person if you can't be authentic with one another. So what about the serpent person? What do they need to know? So we have intimacy and the scent of cinnamon. The trigger statement is, this is too good to be true. And the true statement is, it can only get better. Allow yourself to experience more joy and love. Raise your resonance by swimming in the sweetness of life. So yeah, I definitely feel like for the serpent person, a lot of what they are needing to learn is how to be okay with being intimate. And rather than pushing something away because it's a good thing, instead embracing it and seeing how it could get better. They're aware that there's something special here. This I know you from somewhere is a 6 of Cups energy. They know there's something deeper here, but because of their past experiences and how little value they place on themselves, they are refusing to believe that they are worth more. You know, with that 5 of Pentacles being what's out of alignment, they are feeling like they are not worthy enough. They are not good enough. This is solar plexus energy. Whereas I feel like the octopus person knows that there's more to this connection deep down, but they're thinking themselves in circles, trying to understand this situation logically, when they need to realize that logic is not going to get them to the answers that they're looking for. But in fact, that this connection, no matter what, serves them, no matter how the serpent chooses to act, because the octopus can learn from it and approach situations in a more wise manner as they grow and learn, as they grow through what they're going through. So what do both parties here need to know? We have ignite. The trigger statement is, where do I go from here? And the true statement is, I allow life to flow through me. Inspiration has arrived and will work through you as you move forward. So I definitely think when it comes to this situation, I feel like you need to say the back of the deck. The back of the deck is hope. And the trigger statement is, I will not forget. And the true statement is, I open my heart. Release the suffering and take another step forward, sweet one. With each step, you will see more light and healing. And I feel like what you both are meant to know is that even if this connection doesn't work out in the way that you want it to, or if this connection doesn't work out the way you want it to, one thing that you both need to know is that not all is lost in this situation, that there's still value and a lot to be gained from this connection. But not only that, if neither of you want to give up on this connection, that there is still hope. You might literally be writing off the potential for things to change and grow here because you struggle to have hope. You struggle to open your heart. And that's where true strength lies. True strength lies in opening your heart and knowing that even if your heart isn't held and nourished by another the way you hope it will, you can still hold and nourish your heart in the way that you know it needs, so that you can protect yourselves even when you are being vulnerable. So we're gonna finish off this reading before I go into the extended with some final guidance. Just a reminder, we are going to be looking at what is next for the both of you and what is next for this connection. And it's going to be long and juicy. So if you're interested, that will be linked below. But Spirit, what final advice do you have for the octopus, please? Okay, so we have trust God, unexpected blessing, do your part, and that was in reverse. So this is the universe's way of saying, you're not trusting me right now. You're not going with the flow. And I feel like you might be asking yourself, what is it that I need to do? And I think what you need to do is to just flow with what feels right. You know, the octopus, your natural nature, if you're the octopus, I think, is to flow with your emotions and allow your emotions to guide you and lead you. And it's quite possible that this situation or a multitude of situations has brought you to this point where it's easier to just stay in your mental body, or you've gotten stuck in your mental body where you're feeling like you have to figure out all of these situations yourself. You have to do all of the work yourself, but the truth is you don't. All you need to do is what you know in your heart you're meant to do, and trust God to do the rest, because I do think that there are unexpected blessings coming towards the octopus, and they just need to be open to them and not be trapped and stagnant, because I think the only thing that is holding them back is really stagnancy and a refusal to let go of the past. I feel like no matter what, this connection cannot heal if both of you stay in energies that you've approached one another in the past. Like, no matter what, the octopus knows that something needs to change, and they have to be that change. So no matter what happens, they can't approach this situation from the perspective that they have before, because it's just not going to serve them. So what advice do you have for the serpent person, Spirit? We have, it's up to you. Take a risk, speak the truth, reflect on what you want. So if you are the octopus person and you're saying that maybe you have spoken the truth, maybe you have been honest with this person, but they haven't responded, then no, it's not your job to get a response out of them. If you said your piece, then you need to stop putting more pressure on yourself to do more, because there's nothing that you need to do. But if you're the serpent person, Spirit's really saying, like, the reason you're feeling so compelled to be honest with the octopus person is because that is what you are meant to do. It is meant to help you learn how to be more intimate and feel safer in that intimacy. But I think that Spirit is asking the serpent person to be okay with taking risks and to be okay with speaking the truth, and learning how to speak the truth will set the serpent person free. And I think that this truth is really towards themselves. Like, really reflect on what you want, and if you want the octopus person and you want this connection, you have to be willing to take a risk and speak the truth and be willing to risk that rejection. So what advice do both of these people need? We have celebrate, a job well done, recognition, say yes. So, and on the bottom of the deck, we have more fun. So I feel like Spirit is saying that you guys are out of alignment in general because you're allowing this situation and this connection to stop you from living and enjoying the moment. I feel like you both are doing a lot of inner work, and you deserve to celebrate that. And I feel like you both deserve to recognize how you've already grown and learned from this connection. Not only that, I feel like even just being able to acknowledge what's going on internally, acknowledge the emotions that you have, and instead of pushing them away, just accepting them as they come, that will help you get back to a place of love, to a place of joy a lot sooner than if you're just pushing your inner emotions and feelings away. But ultimately, Spirit doesn't want either of you in this position where you're pushing away life, where you're afraid to explore and exist and experience the highs and lows of life. You're meant to live life, not be separate from it and observe from the outside. And because you both are used to observing, I think you're afraid to actually take the risk and be that change. So Spirit's really saying, celebrate the changes that you've already made, and don't be afraid to find the joy in the present, especially if you know that this situation is not going to be resolved tomorrow. Learning how to find joy even when you're not happy with how life is panning out, or you're not happy with where everything is. Igniting your truth and recognizing that even just going through the highs and lows of life and being willing to engage in that cycle even when you're afraid of it is a cause worth celebrating. So pile 2, I think that is where I'm going to leave the free reading. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and my channel if you appreciate what I do. But other ways you can support me, you can check out the extended. You can like this video, which is super helpful if you enjoyed it. You can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and subscribe if you haven't already. You can also click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. If you want me to respond to your message, I will more likely see it when I first upload. So if you want to be around for that. Be aware of that. I also have social media. If you want to follow me, that will be linked down below, but do be aware that I do not offer personal readings. So if someone comes to you claiming to be me, offering you a personal reading, they are a scammer and a liar. I also have merch, which is linked below as well, but that is all I have for you guys. So thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Labradorite Rose and the Spirit Speak Tarot, this is going to be your reading on what is going on in this connection. So we are going to use the tarot to go deeper later, but first we are going to check the energies of the connection, and that's how we're going to start the reading so that you can know whether this is your pile or not. So these cards will represent the energies that exist between you and your person. This side will represent person A, and this side will represent person B. So it is up to you to decide whether person A or person B is you. If you can't find yourself in person A or person B, then this is not the reading for you. You might want to try a different pile, a different reading, or do something else that you enjoy. And if you happen to resonate with both sides and you think you are person AB, that is often indicative of mirroring and the fact that you and your person are going through similar things, just the semantics of what you're experiencing may be different. So there really are no right or wrongs here. If things are switched, do whatever you need to do to make it fit and make it make sense for you. This is not about being the most accurate. This is about helping you. So if the messages do not help, then don't take them. Information is only valuable if it has use to you. Otherwise, it is useless. So let's go ahead and start by looking at person A's energy. So person A is being represented by the spring, falling in love, focus by her, which represents the self, me, can you focus on me? Baby, can you focus on me? Stuck on your phone and you're stuck in your zone. You don't have a clue. Baby, I just want you to get up. And we have masculine energy. I actually think I don't know how I'm gonna do these, but kind of like that. Okay. So then for person B, we have the Knight. We have Cola by Arlo Parks. Leave me to my own devices. It's better when your Coca-Cola eyes are out of my face, so take your orchids elsewhere. I love you to death, and now I don't really care. We have Disgust, and we will talk about that. We also have Blooming, and we have Incompatibility. Okay. So, as for the energies that exist between you and this person, we have Peachy, Paradise, enjoy the view in front of you, happiness, contentment, gratitude. We have the Angel of Love. We have the Wilding. And we have mirroring. So if you find yourself being person AB, that is an excellent sign that you found the right pile, because we literally have a card that indicates mirroring. And that should also be said as well. If you're ever watching a reading and you're like, this sounds exactly like me, it could be talking about you, but it could also be talking about a person incredibly similar to you. So just be aware of that. But I want to go ahead and start with person A. We're going to call them the spring person. I'm actually really kind of shook at how similar the spring person looks to the angel, the figure in the Angel of Love. But let's talk about this. So the spring person, I definitely think, is entering a new phase in their life where, by the way, this video is timeless in case anyone needed to hear that. The spring person you don't need to be in spring to experience this, but the spring person is entering a spring of their own, where they're quite literally almost getting a pep in their step. They're starting to see the light more. And I feel like the biggest thing that's happening with the spring person is that they are starting to have hope, not necessarily just for this connection, but for themselves and the fact that they don't need to know how everything is going to pan out. I feel like the spring person is coming out of a dark night of the soul. It doesn't have to be like that intense, but I do think that if the spring person has been dealing with a more emotionally turbulent cycle, I think that they are coming out of it not only stronger, but more sure of themselves and more spiritually and physically aware of themselves, their energy, why they're here, what drives them forward, what doesn't. I definitely feel as well, the spring person is starting to recognize their power and starting to recognize the value of investing in themselves. I feel like the spring person is also balancing their energies. So I think one of the biggest love energies here for the spring person is actually them falling in love with themselves, falling in love with who they are becoming, falling in love with how this journey is unfolding for them. I also feel like they are realizing how important it is to extend love to themselves first. I feel like the spring person is gaining the benefit of, they're seeing, not only gaining the benefit, but they're seeing the results and the blessings that come from investing your own energy back into yourself, from investing love into yourself. I definitely think that this is a powerful time for the spring person where not only are they starting to feel more confident in who they are and recognizing the value in the way that they were designed, the value in the person that they're becoming, and the value that their journey has had leading up to now, they are realizing what is serving them and what actually makes it easier for them to release things. Now, I definitely feel like when it comes to this connection, the spring person is showing up in a masculine energy. And when I say a masculine energy, that doesn't talk about sex, gender identity, anything like that. You could have any vessel, have any identity, and if you identify or resonate with the spring person, then it does seem like you're showing up in this connection with masculine energy. That being said, if you see yourself in both sides, I definitely think that both of you could be showing up in masculine energy. However, whichever side, I will say too, if you resonate with person AB and you see yourself in both, if it gets confusing, pick the side that sounds more like you, even if it's 56. Oh wait, I'm not going to start doing math because then I'll just expose how bad I am at math. We're not about to do that. So I definitely think that the spring person is looking at the night person with an energy of caution. I think that the spring person is starting to actually recognize what their emotions are. What's really interesting with this falling in love card is I think that this process of falling in love with themselves has stemmed from the fact that they have loved the night person or person B far before they ever started loving themselves. And the thing is that even if this is a newer connection, it doesn't really matter how long you've known this person. I definitely already feel like this connection has a more spiritual purpose to it. So if you resonate with that, if you don't, just let it fly. But I definitely think that there are a lot of spiritual benefits to this connection, and I feel like your soul may be familiar with the soul of the other person that you're asking about. So even if this connection is newer, there could be a feeling of familiarity there where it's like your logical mind can't really explain what's happening and what's going on and the connection between the two of you. But I think the thing is that for the spring person, they're starting to recognize that that's okay. They are learning that they don't have to completely understand this connection, and they're already seeing the value and how this connection serves them. Because for the spring person, they're starting to come into themselves and have hope for what's to come. You know, they're not necessarily focused on this connection in ways that they once were. I feel like the spring person maybe had obsessive tendencies toward this connection, or had a hard time letting go of this connection. They might have been really, really invested in what the night person was doing, or what was happening next, and needing to know what's happening next. And I feel like the spring person is coming out of a long and challenging cycle, and this cycle could have extended far before the spring and the night person ever really knew each other. But I think for the spring person, they're coming out of this cycle recognizing how all the lessons that they have learned so far not only benefit them, but have also helped them become a stronger version of themselves and help them see the beauty in their truest, most authentic self. I think one of the most beautiful things about this spring card is all the flowing water. And I think one of the biggest breakthroughs that the spring person has had is the realization that their emotions are not something that they need to shame, explain, or understand. The spring person is starting to surrender to their emotions even when they don't make sense, because they're recognizing that their emotions have wisdom for them even when they don't understand them or don't know what their emotions are telling them quite yet. I think they are surrendering to the understanding that they themselves are so precious and so worthy of love. And it's like this process of not only falling in love with themselves, but learning to surrender the resistance to falling in love with another person, even though things with that person may not be where you both want them to be. That realization of just surrendering to the emotion and not trying to explain it or push it away, but just being open to it, is allowing for the spring person to let go of a lot of limiting beliefs and unhelpful, more negative energies that they may have shamed themselves for their emotions, or tried to invalidate their emotions, or tried to put themselves down when it comes to their emotions. I'm actually thinking of an example of this with one of my close friends. She was texting me the other day about a situation. And I was asking her, what her mind was saying and what her heart was saying. I asked her what her heart was saying. And she said, "My heart is a dumb bitch." And I was like, I'm gonna stop you right there, because actually your heart has tons of wisdom for you that you can only hear if you're willing to listen to it. It is in fact your mind that is a dumb bitch, because it is unwilling to listen to the wisdom your heart has for you, which was helpful in the moment and helped her become aware of the fact that sometimes our brains can be less helpful than we think they are. And I think in the case of the spring person, they may have been invalidating their emotions for quite some time because they thought that these emotions made them weak, or that these emotions weren't okay, or that they were silly, or that because they didn't have a logical reason for these emotions that they shouldn't exist, or that they're crazy. And I think what they're realizing is that there's nothing wrong with how I've been. There's nothing wrong with who I am. There's nothing wrong with my feelings. My feelings are just feelings. I don't need to place explanations and attachments to them. But I do feel like the spring person is a bit hesitant when it comes to interacting with the night person, which is why I feel like they are in this masculine energy, or the masculine energy is more so focused on them. I feel like the spring person is coming into themselves in a way where they can really stand up courageously about their truth. But I feel like when it comes to the energy between the two of you, and if you are the spring person, I do feel like you may still, even though you're recognizing these emotions, or the spring person is recognizing these emotions and accepting them rather than pushing them away or suppressing them, I do feel like the spring person only feels safe showing up in this connection in masculine energy, because it does seem like there's a bit of defensiveness with the night person, or a fear of sharing their emotions. It's like the spring person has just gotten to the point where they are acknowledging and accepting their emotions. The concept of sharing their emotions is quite scary, especially because it's taken so much effort and work to just be open to them and understand them and accept them. Putting them out into the world is a bit scarier, because then it's no longer just because it's out there. Once it's out there, it's a lot more real, I guess. And I'm thinking about the fact that a cactus obviously has water inside, but they've got all these prickly, spikes and stuff to protect them from predators trying to steal their water. And so I definitely think that the spring person has always been very emotionally reserved, even if or they may have been conditioned to be more emotionally reserved because they may have learned that their emotions, that they weren't safe to express their emotions. And I think that in the case of this connection, the spring person is still in an energy of not really ready to open up to the night person, but at the very least, they are surrendering to their truth and not trying to suppress or push away the emotions and feelings that they're experiencing within this connection. It's like the more the spring person practices self-compassion, the more the spring person invests in themselves and lovingly accepts whatever they're going through, even if they can't control it or even if they can't understand it, the more this process of falling in love with themselves and in turn being able to fall in love with the process of romantic connections, falling in love with just the flow of life, it puts a lot less stress and pressure on the connection itself to have a particular outcome. And it's helping the spring person realize that no matter what is meant to happen between them and the night person, that there's already been value to this connection because they are learning so much about themselves. They're coming into themselves and becoming more confident and realizing that so much of the human experience is an illusion, and that really at the end of the day, we are all love. That is energy in its most purest form is love. And I think that the spring person is learning many valuable lessons in love that are helping them be open to love and stay in the energy of love, even when the circumstances on the material plane are challenging, frustrating, or they don't understand what may be going on. So let's talk about the night person, because the night person is definitely not having a good time right now. And here's the thing. With this disgust card, the first thing I want to say is that the night person is not disgusted by the spring person. This is what's actually happening. And here's what's really interesting is it almost looks like the figure in the night card doesn't have pupils or irises, but I don't know if you can tell, but it kind of looks like the night person, like they're looking directly at the spring person. And I feel like if this connection has been in a runner-chaser dynamic, I think one of the biggest shifts that has happened is that the spring person is kind of removing themselves from that dynamic and starting to stand in their own power. As a result, the night person is becoming more of the aware of the fact that they are unable to run from the energies that they are entering, the feelings that they are experiencing, and the truths that they have been evading for quite some time. I definitely see that the night person is looking at the spring person and seeing them grow and blossom. And I think that there is a part of them that is happy for the spring person, but I think there's another part of them that's also a bit jealous and envious. I feel like there is a part of them that is feeling quite insecure about the sort of shifts that the spring person has had. I feel like the night person is starting to become very frustrated and very cynical right now because the darkness that they have been trying to evade and ignore is becoming too powerful to bear. And I think that because the spring person has shifted into this energy of personal power and awareness, the night person can no longer engage in the cycle the way that they once did, the cycle of running and chasing, because now they're just running by themselves. They're wearing themselves out. And I think what they are realizing is that their feelings for the spring person are starting to grow stronger. I think that's one of the things that the night person has been running from, is the fact that they have much deeper feelings for the spring person than they let on. But I think that what is challenging for them is that they have always been able to suppress their emotions. They have always been able to not take them too seriously. And I feel like there are energies within the night person that they no longer are able to control and suppress in a way that they once did. And I think what's actually really interesting is that, you know, the spring person is clothed, but the night person is shirtless. And I do feel like that this is kind of representative of the fact that the night person is feeling extra vulnerable right now. And I think that there is a lot of shame and disgust towards themselves and how they are handling things. I feel like the more light that the spring person takes on, the more it casts a shadow for the night person to help them become aware of what's no longer serving them and become aware of certain behaviors and coping mechanisms that don't really serve them. If I'm being honest, I think that one thing the night person is really disgusted about is the greater awareness of how their behaviors and how their actions impact and influence others. I feel like the night person has always had a very strong linear mind. And I think that they've always been able to explain away or dismiss things that didn't make logical sense to them, or feelings or anything like that. I feel like they always had a way of talking themselves out of anything that might challenge them, talking themselves out of anything that might not work. And truthfully, I do feel like right now, the spring person and the night person are kind of experiencing two polar opposite energies, which we kind of see in the mirror here, where the spring person is really entering the light and really blossoming, whereas the night person is starting to experience the darkness that they've been running from and trying to suppress. I feel like this darkness is incredibly important because it is the awareness of the darkness and the ability to accept where we're at and accept where things are shifting. That is where our true power lies. And I think that this kind of darkness, this dark night, which the person B, the night person, may be going through a dark night of the soul right now, and they may be really disgusted and projecting that anger, frustration of how things are shifting onto the spring person, but it is because they are still dealing with illusions of the mind, illusions of the stories that they are telling themselves about what is going on. I definitely feel like for the night person, they are really starting to sweat a little bit, in the sense that they may have always felt in control of their reality, and now their reality is starting to control them, and not in ways that they are happy with. I feel like there's almost more resistance to the cycle that they are entering and the darker energies that they are dealing with, because they feel like that makes them weak or a failure. I almost feel like the night person might be pushing the spring person away, or running from the spring person, or trying to talk themselves out of this connection or the value of it, because they view this connection as what has brought them to this dark night or this dark cycle that they're in. And they're not necessarily wrong, but what they're not understanding is that they are blaming the mirror for doing its job. You know, all a mirror does is show us our reflection. It's how we interpret that reflection that really matters. The mirror is just being a mirror. It's not coming in with any certain energy. It's just doing what its purpose was. And it's only until we recognize that it's not about what the mirror is showing us, but how we interpret what the mirror is showing us, that we are able to use mirrors effectively. So for the spring person, I think that they are very much in this energy where they're not taking the night person and their behaviors too seriously. In fact, these two might not be communicating right now. This might be a separation type situation, or it might be something where even if you two are dating one another or together in a connection, it might be that you both feel like you are just at vastly different places right now and in vastly different cycles. I feel like the night person is really going through quite an ego death right now, but the beautiful thing is that they are starting to surrender to what is happening. They're realizing that that this energy, they are not more powerful than the energies of divine flow that they are meant to experience. I think what they are starting to realize is that their feelings are not going anywhere. If anything, they are growing. And I think that they are having to face the difficult realizations that it seems like your paths, it seems like what they thought they wanted versus what's actually satisfying them are two different things. I think that they are realizing how their linear mind and how their desire for control, their desire to stay in control, has actually created more hardship, frustrations, and almost created unnecessary suffering for them that they never had to experience. I'm being called to remind you guys of the phrase, rejection is divine protection. And I definitely feel like right now, the night person might be stepping away from the spring person. If you two are dating, it does seem like the night person may be needing to take some distance, and it has nothing really to do with the spring person, but everything to do with how the night person is handling this connection. But I do feel like for a lot of you, you could be in separation with this person or not currently with this person. And I feel called to say that this cycle of what's happening is exactly as it's meant to be. And I think the more the spring person can recognize that it is the work that they've done and the ability to be authentic with themselves and allow themselves to be vulnerable to themselves and in their own space, that is what is triggering the night person to start integrating those energies as well. The more the spring person walks towards their light, the more that they become aware of the shadows that hold them back, and the more that they cast a light on the night person, and the more their shadows become illuminated as well. I definitely feel like the spring person is further along in these energies, and so it might be that if you resonate with the spring person, that you may have been in the night person's energy in the past. And if you are the night person, you may have experienced a lot of these energies of loving yourself, or at the very least just being very confident in who you are, even if it didn't come from a place of love. You could have been someone that just naturally has a lot of personal power and a lot of personal will. But I think that if you were originally in that lighter energy, it's like the darkness is coming in for the night person so that they can kind of see what has been lurking in the shadows that they haven't been aware of. So if I'm being honest, the night person definitely seems to be in a much more feminine energy at the moment. Like I said, has nothing to do with sex or gender and everything to do with energies. We all have both within us. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Anyway, for the night person, I definitely think right now they're grasping at straws to kind of explain away this connection and explain what's going on. I do think that there is a bit of denial and a bit of there's a lot of fear and a lot of denial, actually, to the point where I think that the night person is kind of purposefully withholding themselves from the spring person. And I think that that is because the spring person's light is becoming so bright that the night person cannot be around the spring person without having the exact things that they're trying to run away from and not face be illuminated. It's like, I think the night person is disgusted with themselves and disgusted with things that they have not realized. And I think that one thing is, if you're the night person, you need to have compassion for yourself, and you need to have compassion for the person that you have been, and to understand that we're always doing the best we can with the knowledge we have. And I think for the spring person, you know, if you're the spring person, you've already learned a lot about self-compassion, and that's what makes dealing with these cycles a bit easier, because you can recognize that the night person is not rejecting you, they're rejecting the experience, they're rejecting what they're going through, they're rejecting how the energies make them feel powerless or frustrated. But the beautiful thing is that if you are the night person, or no, if you're the spring person, person A, and you are a bit saddened or frustrated by the night person maybe communicating less or stepping away, you're doing the right thing by focusing on yourself and not allowing their 3D actions to determine your emotions or determine or to stop you from living your life and living your truth. But I feel like one thing that you need to know is that this step away is not a step away. It's a step towards a better energy between the two of you. No matter what kind of connection this is or where this connection is at between the two of you, sometimes a step away is a step in the right direction so that you can step together and understand each other and not have to go through any unnecessarily harsh or frustrating or difficult circumstances that don't serve you. I feel like the biggest thing that you both need to know is that the cycles that you're currently in serve the both of you. So I want to talk about the energies that exist between the two of you, because you might both be experiencing where you both are starting to kind of, if you resonate as person AB, you both might be showing up in this energy you might be showing up towards one another in masculine energy. You might both be dealing with some darkness right now or doubt or fear that makes you both a bit resistant to one another and make it so that you both want to focus on yourselves and you both just want to do your own thing. You both may be feeling like you need to protect yourselves and protect the emotional truths that you're having. There may be elements where you are starting to feel more like yourself, but also more confused as to how this new version of you is going to show up in the world and how this new version of you will be received. I guess like one message that I'm getting for those of you where this message really mirrors is to, if you get any messages from these cards that I don't implicitly say out loud, take what you get from these cards as well. Like, just because I don't say it doesn't mean it's not true. It just needs to be true for you and resonate for you. But looking at the energies between the two of you, I do feel like there is this kind of bittersweet energy where I feel like you both are trying to make the best of what you're experiencing. I definitely feel like for the night person, there might be a little bit of resentment where they might kind of see the spring person thriving and kind of unbothered and doing their own thing. And I feel like they might resent the fact that the spring person is not experiencing the same thing. But I think what the night person needs to realize, especially if the spring person has already gone through what the night person is currently experiencing, what they need to realize is that the spring person has already done the necessary work to reach this point where they don't have to go deep into darkness again. They have traversed a lot of their own darkness, and they're coming out of a spiritual winter and entering a time where things are going to flow easier for them because they have done a lot of the work to let go, surrender, release, and heal the stuff that stopped them from being more true to themselves and the stuff that stopped them from being their authentic self. So I definitely think that the night person might resent the fact that the spring person is more so focused on them and maybe not chasing them or giving the night person as much as attention as they once did. But I think that it's important to note that the night person is in the dark right now when it comes to this connection, when it comes to what they're meant to learn from this connection, when it comes to what these energies are teaching them and serving them. They are trying to find their way through this darkness. And I want to explain it in a way. I'm literally seeing this visual of someone literally in a dark room, like kind of holding their hands out, like so that they don't run or bump into anything or hurt themselves. It's like the night person has to move slower and more cautiously because they don't know where they're going. They don't have a light to lead them. I think that the light leading them is actually the spring person. And I think the spring person has been the one to navigate the dark with the light that they had. And their light has only grown since they have come through this time period in this cycle. So the light for the night person is actually the spring person. But what they don't realize is that the insecurities that the spring person is triggering within them are not meant to make them hate themselves, put themselves down, but are meant to make them realize that the attributes that the spring person has that the night person is envious of or admires are qualities within the night person that they have that they just need to give more tender love and care to. There is so much mirroring here, in the sense that one of the things that may be changing is that the cycles that you're going through may be quite literally flip-flopping, and you might find that multiple things are true, or that even though the semantics of your situations are different, you're still learning similar lessons. So I feel like for the connecting energies, I feel like both of you are trying to take this energy day by day. I definitely feel like the top two cards are going to resonate more for the spring person, and the bottom two cards are going to resonate more for the night person. And here's why. For the spring person, I definitely feel like they are starting to find contentment in the now, even though they may not have everything they want or desire, even though they may not be where they want to be quite yet. They are learning how to be satisfied and grateful for the moment, and they're also realizing that their power exists within the present. I also think that the spring person is realizing how everything that has occurred in this connection, in their life, and all their experiences has come from a place of love, and has meant to teach them how, not only how much the universe loves them, but how much they deserve to love themselves, how lovable they truly are, and the fact that although we believe we are which honestly, I shouldn't have even said the words in separation, because separation quite literally is an illusion. Especially when things are a spiritual connection, you're always energetically connected to them. You might experience more phenomena at different times, but meeting in the physical realm is not contingent on growth and shifts happening in this cycle, in your individual lives and within this connection. I feel like the spring person has reached a point where they can see the divine blessings that this connection has given them and has already taught them. And so I think that they are able to be grateful for what they have learned thus far and be content with where things are at, even though they maybe wish that things could go faster, or that things could be different, or that they could have more control over the situation. They are listening to their heart and their inner self and focusing on themselves rather than trying to control a situation that was never theirs to control in the begin with. I definitely think that if the spring person is someone who is typically known for trying to save others or trying to help others, I think that the spring person is recognizing how that desire was really a misplaced desire of theirs to not only seek love and acceptance, but also to feel useful and important. And also, I think that the spring person is realizing that their desire to help others was their misplaced desire to heal themselves, but they didn't necessarily know how to do that. They didn't know it was easier to put their focus on someone outside of them because they didn't have enough self-esteem to realize at the time the value of themselves, the value of their unique being, the value of their healing. And so I think that the spring person is really just kind of chill about this whole situation in a way that kind of shocks them. Like the spring person, I think it's taken a lot of inner work and a lot of healing and a lot of just work in general for the spring person to come to a place where they're content with themselves, learning to find happiness in the present moment, and realizing that their joy does not exist in a potential projected outcome in the future. Their joy exists in the present, and the more that they can live in that feeling, the easier it will be for them to embrace the moment, even though things may not be happening the way that they want them to. They're fully recognizing that they don't. I have a sick feeling I'm not filming. Am I filming? Oh, thank God. Okay. I just got like insanely terrified for some reason. And actually, that might actually be, you might find that this connect, like you just need reassurance and affirmations about this connection, both of you, because there may be truths that you both know in your heart, but you may have a hard time listening to because you may not necessarily get confirmation of that in the 3D, which is why readings like this can be helpful. But I definitely think that the spring person has a lot more self-awareness and the ability to see where the stories that they were telling themselves weren't helpful. And I feel like the spring person is now remaining open to life and trusting the flow of life and the flow of how things are meant to be, and recognizing that this journey is all has a loving purpose. And even if they don't understand it, even if they don't know what is meant to is meant to happen or what will become of it. They are surrendering to the fact that this connection has already brought them value. It's already brought them so much that whatever really happens next is something that the spring person has surrendered. Now, with the night person, I definitely think that these energies of contentment, happiness, gratitude, and love are energies that they do not realize that they have access to in this moment because they are still very frustrated with where they are at. I will say, in terms of the connecting energies of the wilding and mirroring, for the spring person, I think that this mirroring energy is showing up where they are taking the night person's behavior much less seriously and much less personally. I guess not seriously, but less personally. And I think that the spring person, now that they know themselves a lot better, they are able to see how the actions of others are just them responding from their level of awareness, from their level of discernment. And I think that the spring person is also recognizing how they are very similar to the night person, even though the semantics may be different. I think that the spring person is kind of seeing how I'm actually hearing Don't Start Now by Dua Lipa. In the beginning of the song, it says did a full 180, crazy. And I think that is actually something that could be oh my god, I just got what the oh my god, I literally just had the most insane deja vu. Pile 3, I've literally seen this before, and I would have to go back in I literally wrote about an oracle deck similar to the Ethereal Visions Tarot a year ago, and I was I had a dream about a deck like that, but that deck doesn't exist. So that's just kind of weird. So I guess if you're having deja vu, that could be confirmation that there is a purpose for that it is helping you trust the downloads and the information you get. I'm still a little bit just whoa. And that's so weird. That's how deja vu always works for me, where it's I will just see a random image and I will remember being in the moment where I saw that random image, usually in a dream, and then I'm wait, what the fuck? But that was crazy. And I think that actually kind of one of the telltale signs that this reading is meant to resonate for you is that there will be crazy powerful experiences that you just can't quite, that your linear mind can't quite explain. And instead of trying to come up with explanations and stories for it, the more you just surrender to what is and surrender to the craziness of it all and try not to place interpretations of it, the easier it becomes to flow with the cycles and see what the phenomena around you has to tell you about life, about yourself, about what's happening here. This connection is definitely serving the both of you, even if you don't understand how or why. The night person is definitely in an energy of resistance, whereas the spring person is in an energy of acceptance. And as a result, they are no longer fighting the more primal nature of this connection and the more confusing, weird, uncertain aspects of this connection. With the wilding card, I just feel the spring person is starting to embrace the fact that their logical mind is meant to serve them. It's not meant to rule them. And the more that they do that, the more that they are able to be free to be themselves and to not be so stuck in their head. And I also think that for the spring person, they are starting to see through this connection how all of life serves as a mirror, and how any connection and any experience can serve as an opportunity to free themselves from the limiting beliefs and social conditioning that they've been subjected to. And so for the night person, I think that they are starting the work that I think the spring person has been finishing. And so, both parties are entering new cycles, but I think that the night person is not recognizing how they are just like the spring person in so many ways. They might put the spring person on a pedestal where they assume that the spring person has achieved this or gotten to this point because they are stronger than them, that they are more than them, that they're better than them, and that's just not the case. I feel the night person is trying to come up with all of these excuses as to why as to why they may not be compatible with the spring person, or why they're not good enough for the spring person, or why they might be trying to justify why they're running away from this connection, why they're not wanting to face this connection. What they're not realizing is the fact that the spring person is a mirror for them, just the way that the night person is a mirror for the spring person. So with this incompatibility, one thing that they're not realizing right now is how they are literally one and the same with the spring person energetically. They are starting to, it's almost like this energy is mirrored in a distorted way, where they're trying to fight the more primal and uncontrollable experiences that they're having. I feel like they are starting to go a little bit mad, in the sense that things are happening outside of their control and they can't change it. With the Wilding card here, it's almost like I'm seeing seeing an image of like a sea animal, like for example a big ass fish, like flopping around in shallow water, but like making a ton of commotion, you know what I mean, like with their fins and shit. I almost feel like instead of flowing with the water and swimming in the water, they're like thrashing against it and trying to escape it, not realizing that this what they're experiencing right now is in their highest good. And so it's like, I feel like if you are the spring person and it's kind of hard to hear these messages, I feel like what you need to remember is that this is so not personal. This is so much more about the night person being exposed to the truth of their existence at this point, and how it has served them, and how it has kept them stuck in illusions, stuck in fear, stuck in negativity, and has stopped them from seeing and embracing their truest selves and their true power. So I feel like for the night person, they may view the spring person as an angel, like literally, especially because the spring person looks so similar to the Angel of Love card. I feel like they may see the spring person as someone kind and precious, and someone who is too good for a person like the night person. And I feel like the more the night person enters this energy of darkness and descends into the darkness, the more the illusions of the ego and the illusions that they have about themselves are starting to eat at them and starting to become more powerful. But that's the thing, is they are entering feminine energy, in the sense that they're entering this yin energy, where they're surrendering to the darkness, even though they may have to thrash and reach the point where they tire themselves out, to the point where they surrender. It's this blooming darkness that is allowing them to set themselves free and realize it almost, quite literally, you know what it feels like? The fact that there's a cloth wrapped around the figure up to the waist, it's like half of them is accepting what's happening and recognizing at a heart level that there is a reason for this, but it's like the other half of them is resisting it and seeing how it is not wanting to see the purpose in this. I feel like the night person is maybe really angry that they're starting to enter this dark time, because maybe they've always been able to run away from it or push it away, and it's like now it's becoming all too clear that the path between who they thought they were meant to be and where they thought they'd be going, and who they really are, and the awareness that awakening brings, are two very different things. They're awakening to the truth of themselves, and that's a very difficult thing to do. So if you are the spring person, I hope that you can have compassion for the night person. You don't have to, but know that what's happening between you, if you are the spring person, and the night person, is that this is so much less about one another or what this means for you, and so much more about yourselves. This is meant to help you recognize that love serves in so many different ways, and we don't necessarily always understand how or why things have to happen in a certain way. And so for the night person, just because they can't see right now doesn't mean they won't see forever. And I also think that, this is a very necessary cycle for them, and it's not the spring person's job to save them through it or do that journey for them. I actually think that part of the reason why the connection between these two may be on the back burner, or just not a lot is happening right now, is because the night person needs to face this energy on their own. They need to recognize that they don't need anyone to traverse this energy. And I think the thing is that they wouldn't, I don't know if they would even allow the spring person to help them. In fact, maybe even asking for help could be something that would be useful to them. But I think the night person they might be the type of person that needs to learn things the hard way. And if that's the case, the universe is going to allow that to happen, because if the universe gave them the answers and helped them along, they wouldn't truly be learning, and they wouldn't be gaining the benefits of this connection. But the truth of the matter is that both of you are meant to be finding contentment, peace, and gratitude for the present moment, even when you don't understand the value of it, or you're unsatisfied with other elements of your life. I feel like for the night person, this is going to be a very challenging lesson to learn, because I feel like they do have a lot of investment in controlling how their life plays out and how they experience their environment. But what they are realizing is that their disconnection from the light is not because they're being punished, but it's actually because their divine guidance loves them so much that they can no longer deny them illusion. They can no longer allow them to keep participating in illusions that don't serve them, that stop them from being their true nature. You know, the hardest thing about letting go of the hardest thing about energies and connections like this is the ego deaths that come from them, and the realizations that even though the semantics of what these two experience may be different, these two are much more like each other than they realize. And I think for the night person, they're kind of fighting what the forces of nature are taking them to. They're kind of fighting these illusions, and they're kind of thrashing and getting more crazy. And I don't mean crazy in like a patronizing way, but just they're just starting to become more wild. I guess that would be a much better word for me to use. They are starting to recognize their linear mind is fighting this this transit that they're entering, and the cycle that they're entering every step of the way. But that doesn't mean that they will be fighting it forever, because eventually they're going to wear themselves out. Like, this is an energy where the night person is going to have to realize that the universe is patient as fuck and will wait as long as they need to in order for the night person to realize what they need to realize. And I think the thing is that the night person maybe blaming the spring person or their connection with the spring person as what has brought them to this dark place. But what they are realizing is that the spring person in this connection was just a catalyst, that it wasn't the direct cause, that the spring person actually did the night person a favor by engaging with this connection, being themselves, because they, in the process of the spring person setting themselves free, they are helping the night person do the same. And because the night person has much more resistance to this process and this experience, their ego is thrashing and fighting this every step of the way, whereas their heart is starting to be like, yes, thank you for setting me free. They may not be aware of that yet, but once they are able to integrate more light and kind of navigate their way through the darkness to the point where they can start to see the light, then things will become more clear. And then a lot of the more negative and frustrating energies that they're dealing with will start to dissipate when they look at them in a brighter light. So like an example that I'm thinking of is, you know how sometimes at night, like tree branches or something like that can cast a shadow that looks like really dark and scary, and that can like scare us for a second, and then later we realize, oh, it was just this object or this tree branch. It's like right now the night person is only seeing the shadows of this connection and the shadows of the spring person. They might be interpreting them as shadows external to them, but what they are not realizing is that they are not seeing things accurately. They're not seeing things for what they are. They're seeing things from the illusions of their shadow side. They're seeing things from a place of distortion. And it's this process of integrating more light and surrendering to what is blooming within them that will help them realize that that this process is not meant to break them down, but rather meant to set them free. So we're gonna go ahead and get into the tarot now, and I'm going to use the tarot deck that you guys picked for person A, the spring person, and I am going to be using the Absolutely Terrible deck for the person B, the night person, just in case we get any repeating cards or anything like that. So I did quickly want to mention that if this reading is resonating and you get to the end and you are interested in more, there will be an extended to this reading. They have been very long and very juicy. And in the extended readings, we are looking at what is next for this connection, what is next for the both of you, what is next for the both of you in terms of this connection. We're also going to be getting tons of channel messages and tons of advice, but also don't worry, we'll get channel messages and advice and the free reading too. But if you are interested in that or would like to support me or show gratitude for what I do, you can check out that extended. Or already, better yet, this is free. You can leave me a like and a comment. Even just a like. A like is so helpful. If you like the video, like that just helps me know, like, you know, what you guys are resonating with, what you guys are enjoying. So, you know, even that is just super helpful. But what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna pull 3 cards for each of you in this connection. So starting with the spring person, I want to see what is in alignment, or how is the spring person currently in alignment with this connection that they need to be aware of. So we have the 5 of Pentacles. Okay, what is not in alignment with the spring person? We have the King of Pentacles. And what is the spring person's truth when it comes to this connection at this time? What is their truth at this time? We have the 9 of Swords. Okay. Back of the deck is the Queen of Cups. I'm going to leave that there. And, okay. Spirit, what is in alignment for the Knight as they experience this connection right now? Okay, we have the Tower. That makes a lot of sense. And what is not in alignment? Okay. We have the Ace of Coins and the Page of Cups. And finally, what is the Knight person's truth when it comes to themselves and this connection at this time? We have the Page of Wands. Okay. Bottom of the deck is the 6 of Pentacles. Okay. So yeah, let's start with the spring person. So for the spring person, what's in alignment with this connection is the realization that perception is most of the battle when it comes to things here. And it was interesting. So cacti might be an important symbol for the spring person or this connection in general, because we have more cacti and gems here. I feel like the spring person is starting to realize how their own perception can either help them embrace a peachy paradise, or can keep them stuck in illusions that make them feel bad, that make them feel like they are doing something wrong. You know, this is kind of a lack mentality, an idea that there's not enough for them, or that they won't, that if something's being denied to them in this moment, that they've done something wrong, or that they're not good enough. I feel like what they are starting to realize is that they've always been worthy, they've always been valuable, they've always been worthy of love. And I think what they are realizing is that that idea of lack and loss is something that is much more a perception than it is a real and true thing that they should be afraid of, because anything that is lost will either return to them in a new or better form, or will be replaced with something much better for them. I feel like what is in alignment is the spring person realizing, though, that even though it might be challenging to face certain things in the material realm, like certain cycles, for example, where, you know, if the spring person really wants to be in the night person's life more, or experience or engage with them more, they're starting to realize that even if they can't control that situation, it's not a reflection of them. I feel like what's really in alignment is the realization that even the darkness or the fear that they have at times serves a purpose. And I'll use an example of this. I'm sure you guys remember, if you've been following me for a little while, there was a period in March where I didn't film for about 3 weeks. And it was during that time period that I was really struggling with a lot of darkness. And it took me a couple of weeks to realize that that darkness was actually outside of myself, because I have dealt with mental health issues in my life. And, I just assumed it was myself. And so I was beating myself up and shaming myself and being really hard on myself. Like, why can't you film? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, I was being a dick to myself. Like, I was straight up being a dick to myself. And it was only later when I found the answers that I was looking for and realized, what I was meant to learn from that energy, that I created so much unnecessary pain and stress for myself on top of the challenging energies that I was experiencing. And it just wasn't useful. If I had been in a place of compassion and in a place of not trying to figure things out or write stories about what was happening, but instead be open to what this energy was trying to show me, and recognize that it's not necessarily like, when we experience challenges, it's not because we're doing something wrong or that we're bad or that we need to shame ourselves, but in fact, we could just be making a cycle more difficult than it needs to be. And I think that for the spring person, they're starting to realize of how important their perception is, and if they feed into certain energies that don't serve them, they may miss out on the value of the present moment. And I think that is one of the biggest things that they are realizing. Now, in terms of what is out of alignment, we have the King of Pentacles. And so I feel like in that case, I think that the spring person A, may not be realizing how... I actually want to pull a clarifier, just so I know. Can we clarify this? Okay. Okay. Five of Swords. Okay. So what's out of alignment with this situation is the idea that just because other people, or people that have more material prestige or respect or more life experience, just because they have more or have lived longer or have a certain title or level of prestige, doesn't mean they necessarily know what they're talking about. And that in fact, certain people that with a lot of respect and prestige can actually lead us further away from our truth. I do feel like what the one thing that the spring person may not be realizing is that they may still be placing the night person on a pedestal, and they may be seeing them as a king, when in reality, like, the night, in terms of their energies, like, they are still growing and learning. I feel like for what's kind of out of alignment is that the night person, or no, the spring person, sorry, person A, they are not realizing about the value of their own wisdom and the value of what their lessons have taught them. I feel like the spring person has an assumption that just because someone has more experience in a certain field or more than they do or whatever it may be, I feel like the spring person still doesn't quite value the wisdom that they have to offer, and the fact that they don't need their external reality or people that they view as better than them to confirm what they feel. I feel like with the Five of Swords and the King of Pentacles, I feel like one thing out of alignment as well for the spring person is the belief that there's automatically value in external perceptions. With the focus card here being about like stuck on your phone, the spring person might get caught up in narratives, especially on the internet or in the media, where certain ideas will be shared that don't necessarily serve the spring person, especially when it comes to advice around love. Like, there's so much distorted love advice out there, and a lot of it stems from a very egoic place. And I feel like the spring person might actually wonder, like, oh, what if I'm doing something wrong? Or maybe I should just focus on my bag, like, screw love. And I think, like, one thing the spring person is realizing is that love does not necessarily equal romance and romantic relationships. That love is something that we can embody in every aspect of our experience. And I think what the spring person is needing to realize is that just because someone seems more credible or seems like they have more knowledge than you doesn't mean that they actually do. Or even if they do have more knowledge or more wisdom to share, that doesn't mean that it will apply to the spring person and what they need. I feel like what the biggest lesson that they are needing to learn right now is to tune out unhelpful voices and unhelpful opinions, whether that is in their immediate circle or in their social media circles, or that just comes in information that doesn't serve them. I almost feel like there's an energy here that the spring person is experiencing where it's like information overload. And I will say that if you are the spring person and you are seeking out guidance, make sure that that guidance is leading you closer to your truth and not further from it. If it makes you feel uncomfortable or uncertain, that's probably not the message for you. If it brings you more awareness and acceptance and closer to your truth, then I would take that. But I feel like what the spring person is realizing is that what their truth is right now is that I feel like they ideally would not want the connection to be where it is right now. I feel like they are aware that they have to be extra careful about how they perceive this connection, because they can create more stress and unnecessary darkness than they need to. With the Nine of Swords being here, I feel like they are realizing that they can still find joy and recognize that experiences that are happening to them are actually happening for them and are not a punishment. I feel like the spring person is realizing how much of their quote unquote personality type, or the way that they have shown up in the world, has been from a place of fear, from a place of uncertainty and doubting their truth. I feel like the spring person is realizing that their logical mind has much less wisdom to share than their heart, their body, and their spiritual wisdom and awareness does. And I think what they are realizing, oh, that's interesting, we have 2 Six of Pentacles here. So there's something here about giving and receiving that you both are learning. And I think for the spring person, what they are realizing is that their emotions have so much value and can show them so much. And not only that, the Queen of Cups is the most psychic queen in the deck. And I said most psychic queen, so psychic court card. Now, the Queen of Wands is more connected to spirit, but the Queen of Cups is more connected to psychic phenomena. So I feel like one thing that the spring person is realizing is that when they're in a state of mental anguish and in a state of fear, anxiety, and uncertainty, that it is much harder for them to remember their truth, to listen to the wisdom that their heart has, and to be open to receiving guidance and also abundance that is sent their way. I feel like the more the spring person stays in doubt and believes that they are separate from others, or believes that they're doing something wrong, or that because their external reality is not reflecting the truths that they have discovered, that they're doing something wrong. But I feel like that's when the universe is trying to help the spring person realize is that, when you're in a state of fear, when you're in a state of anguish and a state of worry, that's not an energy that's aligned for you. It can tell you something, and what it's really meant to do is to help bring you back to your alignment, back to your truth, because your truth will always feel good. Your truth will always feel right. And that's why our truths can often change and evolve as we grow and change as people. But deep anxiety and fear like this is often indicative that we're not living in alignment with what's right for us, and that we are being plagued by fear or something like that is stopping us from being in the energy of love. And I think the more that the spring person becomes aware of their inner emotions and aware of their truth and the truth of their love, and the fact that their love doesn't for themselves has no conditions, and the more that they can have compassion and love for themselves, they can learn how to have compassion and love for others, even if they don't show up in ways that they might be hoping for, or even if they don't experience outcomes that they're trying to achieve. What they are learning, what they are meant to learn, is the realization that the universe is inherently benevolent, and they will always be given what they deserve and what they need, and that oftentimes there can be answers or help or assistance that is right in front of us, but if we have our eyes closed, if we have our hands over our eyes rather than out ready to receive, we can't receive anything because we don't even know that there's opportunities there. So the thing is, for the spring person, the more that they can feel into their experience, and the more that they can trust where their intuition is guiding them and redirect their unhelpful thoughts and unhelpful feelings, the easier it will be for them to surrender to the flow and not place so much stress or fear around what they're experiencing. Now, for the night person, person B, what is in alignment for them is the complete destruction of the illusions that they have been standing on. I feel like for the night person, they are maybe a little frustrated with how things around them are falling apart, but if you're the night person, you need to know that everything falling apart is actually a blessing, and that this is what's actually setting you free. The only things that are leaving your life and falling apart are the things that were never built on solid foundations. If a tower is built on a solid foundation, it can weather a storm. But if it's built on shaky foundations that don't serve you or don't serve person B, then when storms come, those towers are not going to be strong enough to withstand the chaos of the storm. And so that's the thing, is that we no matter what, we do deal with storms and we do deal with chaos in life. But if we don't have a solid foundation, those storms can often serve as divine intervention to knock down the foundations that weren't meant to be there, so that we can rebuild those foundations at we can be directed to what is actually meant for us and the foundations that will be solid and will help us weather storms. So it's important to remember that after the tower always comes the star, which leads to a lot of hope and healing. So this energy that the night person is in is definitely in alignment, even if they feel like it's not. I feel like a lot of what is not in alignment for them is the anger and frustration of, it's okay to be angry and frustrated with how things are changing. Their emotions are not what's out of alignment. The only thing that's out of alignment is the idea that they're doing something wrong, or the idea that what they're experiencing is a punishment. It's not a punishment. It's just natural cause and effect based on the illusions that they've built. Like, this is literally the universe saying, like, this tower is not going to last. Like I'm literally seeing like Jenga. Like, you just take the right one out and it all falls apart. And so I feel like the universe is saying, what they're not realizing is that this dark night that they're experiencing is not a punishment, but it's just a direct result of living a truth that wasn't aligned with them, or is no longer aligned with them. So in terms of what is out of alignment, we have the Ace of Pentacles and the Page of Cups. And so I think what's out of alignment is this idea for the night person that something is wrong. I feel like they've usually been able to face life with this idea that life will always be easy breezy, or that they can always run away from challenge or run away from frustrating energies. It's almost like they had this belief. I think what's out of alignment for them is this idea that the way that they were existing before is the right way and the natural way. I feel like they haven't given up resistance yet to where this current cycle is taking them. And as a result, I feel like they think that this can be resolved just by just ignoring their emotions, or finding the right thing to invest themselves in, or finding the right outlet to channel this energy, which those things could help. But I think what they're not realizing is that they may be overestimating, or I don't know, what's the right word for this, Spirit? I feel like what they're not realizing is that okay, I got it. So because life is not reflecting what they've wanted to happen, I do feel like the night person has always been kind of an easy manifester. And I think that's why this tower moment has been so challenging for them, and this breakdown of the life that they've built around them. Like, I feel like the reason why they're taking it so hard is because they think that, I feel like they believe that they were the ones that did something wrong, or that they're stupid, or that they're foolish, or that they should have seen this coming, or should have seen other things coming. And I feel like they might be frustrated because I feel like they want to be in the same place that the spring person is in, but I think that they are assuming that the spring person has had it easy. I feel like they are kind of maybe feeling frustrated by the spring person, or what they perceive to be the spring person just living life easily. I feel like they assume that the spring person just gets opportunities coming to them easily, or that this energy has been easy for them and that they've just been able to lightheartedly move through it. And I think what they're not realizing is that sometimes we have to learn lessons in difficult ways, and sometimes we project assumptions onto other people that are not true at all. Like, one example, you know, oftentimes people don't see the amount of hard work that goes into the things that we do. Me, for example, this video, it's taken me multiple weeks to film this video. Like, I started the first pile and then I got COVID, so then I had to put it down. And then I was inspired to do another reading, so I had to come back to it. And these readings take so much energy that I have to split them up into multiple days. Like, people don't see all the hard work and effort that goes into it, or feel how energetically draining it can be to do this. But that doesn't negate the fact that I work hard, you know, but I don't need people to confirm to me that I work hard. I know that I work hard. But you know, for people who don't know all the hard work that goes into it and all the effort that goes into it, they might be coming from the assumption that I make it look easy, or that it is easy. You know, it's only until we walk a mile in someone else's Louboutins that we realize, oh shit, their feet hurt too. And so I think what they are not realizing is that, you know, the rewards that the spring person is reaping is not because they're better than the night person, or that they have it easier than the night person. It just means that they're in an energy of receptivity now, and they have worked through a lot of the things that have stopped them from peace and from these opportunities. So I feel like what the truth for the night person is right now with this Page of Wands is that they got a journey to go through, and that this journey that they're starting is a journey of awakening, not only to the world around them and the truth of the world. They're not only awakening to spiritual truths, but they're awakening to the truth of themselves. And so with the Page of Wands, their truth right now is that they've got a lot of work to do. And I feel like they, like a child, might be really frustrated, or might throw some tantrums for a little while until they learn that they have to accept this, and that this is a part of life, and that they just need to keep moving forward. But I think what they're realizing is that they have a lot of work to do, and that they have a lot of work to face within themselves. I think they are starting to realize how they've kind of been childishly running from their truth, rather than taking accountability for how they've gotten to this point in their life, and instead of beating themselves up for it, saying, okay, where do we go from here? How do we mitigate this? How do we grow? How do we evolve? The fact that the Six of Cups came out for them as well. Yeah, there's a lot of page energy here. So there's a lot of lessons that the night person is learning about how they perceive things, and how the way that they were raised and the way that they were conditioned isn't necessarily a reflection of their true reality and what their truth is. I think that they're also needing to learn that sometimes life hands us gifts in the form of hidden blessings. And with this Six of Pentacles, part of what the night person is learning is how to receive and how to be open to what is being offered to them, without feeling like what is being offered to them is a reflection of their worth. I almost feel like with the Six of Pentacles here, you know, they're also meant to learn how to ask for help, and how to, I feel like one of the biggest things that the universe is waiting for the night person to realize is that they're only delaying their own progress and their own truth by refusing help. You know, if they need to learn the hard way, they will. But I feel like one thing that the night person is meant to learn is that the universe is inherently benevolent. And what they're being given right now is not a reflection of their worth, but instead, it just is what it is. And the night person has the opportunity to ask for help or be open to help, or they can navigate this themselves. They can do it however they wish to, but they might be blocking help or blocking opportunities to understand more about this or to see things more clearly because they are, you know, a bit stubborn and not wanting to. Turn your fucking music down, goddamn hooligans. Anyway, what the, must be some guys on motorcycles. But I feel like what they are realizing is that this connection serves them, and that part of what they are learning right now is that they are worthy of receiving, that their struggles are not meant to be their struggles alone, and that there is value in these cycles. With a third page coming out here, they are learning a lot right now. And while these lessons may not be easy, this is the universe saying, okay, time's up. We're not going to let you live in delusion any longer. And a lot of that is happening because the spring person is focusing on themselves and has leveled up, and it's like, as a result, you know, the night person has no choice but to do the same, or to continue resisting and going deeper into another polarity that doesn't serve them. Well, it ultimately does serve them. I won't say that it doesn't serve them, but they might feel like it doesn't serve them, or that it's unfair, or that it's a punishment, when in reality it's really just cause and effect and energy. And I feel like what they are realizing is that the stories that they place and the expectations and beliefs that they have are not necessarily the inherent truth, but instead our truth is something constantly evolving, and our real truth is what feels good to us, what feels right to us, what helps us. Okay, that being said, let's go ahead now and get into some channeled messages. So I am just going to pull a message or two from the spring person to the night person, and then we will pull a message or two from the night person to the spring person, and then we'll see what the two of you would say to each other. Okay. So, Spirit, what would the spring person say to the night person if they could be completely honest? This love scares me, and I never imagined so much perfection. So 9/11 is the call of the light worker, and I definitely think that in their own way, the spring person is ready to start serving. And I feel like they are still just as terrified of this connection as the night person is, or person B, but they're not running anymore. Instead, they are starting to realize the perfection in themselves, the perfection in how everything has unfolded so far. And I think that while they're definitely scared of what's next and scared of how this love makes them feel, I feel like they're recognizing that they are not the determining factor that makes or breaks this connection. There's so much more to it, and so much more to the cycles here. And I think what they're realizing is that the more they know and understand about themselves, the less they really know about what's next, but the more that they realize that all is meant to be that way, and that nothing is out of place and nothing is wrong. And not only that the night person is not doing anything wrong. The night person is, you know, literally just reacting from their experience the same way the spring person is. So what would the night person say to the spring person, Spirit? We have let me hold you. See, I think part of it too is that the night person really wants to be in an energy where they can be open and receptive to the spring person. And I think one thing that's out of alignment that I forgot to mention is this idea that the night person is just going to be able to wake up tomorrow and be, you know, flirty and playful with the spring person and offer them an opportunity when they're not being open to what this cycle is teaching them. I think that they are still operating under the belief that this energy is something that they can sleep off or run away from. And it isn't until they surrender and realize that there's serious lessons that they're needing to be taught right now, and that there's serious things that they're needing to experience, that they will realize, oh, I can't just outrun this or outdrink this or outsleep this. Like, this is something that is not going to stop, and I'm not going to be able to face until I see the opportunities and the wisdom that these energies have for me. And that is what will help them start getting on the journey of using all facets of their self to be able to navigate life, and not just their logical mind, because that's what's gotten them into this position in the first place. So what else would they say to You make me want to do bad things. Yeah. So I definitely think that this is the Devil card. And so I definitely think that there's a lot of attraction here. And I feel like the Night person may at times really want to rush towards the Spring person in ways that they know are not helpful. And so I almost feel like they keep holding themselves back out of a fear that they can't hold that much light, that they're gonna get burned. It like kind of reminds me of like Icarus flying too close to the sun. And I think what they're realizing is that everything is serving them, but there's definitely a lot of passionate desire for the Spring person and a lot of sexual thoughts as well, if it's that kind of connection. But what would these two say to each other, Spirit? What would these two say to each other if they could be completely honest? There is someone else, and I want you to choose. So for the both of you, you could be dating other people, and that could be something that is a problem. Or this, let's clarify this. What is this? There is someone else. Gossip only. Okay, so there actually may not be a third person here at all. This could literally be anything. You both could be projecting the idea that the other is not interested in the other or doesn't need the other. You both are also maybe projecting this idea that this all lies on the other person. I feel like what you both are not realizing is that you both play a role in this, and you might actually disempower yourselves by trying to run away from this connection or trying to come up with stories or come up with answers for what is happening within this connection. The real answers in this connection lie between the two of you. And I feel like when it comes to one another, you know, pay attention to the actions that you take from a place of love and the actions that you take from a place of insecurity, from a place of not feeling good enough. Because I feel like you both may be projecting your insecurities onto one another or believing that there's the actions between the two of you are more sinister than they really are. I also, if you share a friend group, I would not trust what you hear about one another from said friends or mutual friends. You know, imagine how ineffective a game of telephone is. What I feel like what you both are needing to realize is that you may be looking for the answers outside of yourselves, but the answers lie within. And the more you recognize your own internal power, the more you will realize that that you've both always had power to engage with this connection and have also had power to create the reality that you want, or the reality that is truest to yourself, even if you didn't realize that you had the power before. I feel like you both are waiting for one another to make a move and waiting for one another to do something, and also making a lot of assumptions about what the other is doing. And maybe, speaking of this gossip card, if you follow one another on social media, I feel like what you're seeing on social media is such a small part of the story, and to not underestimate the fact that either of you might use social media as a way to make each other feel jealous or insecure or something like that. Be aware of that. If there is literally someone else, I would say that's confirmation of that. But and it might be that both of you are staying with these people out of fear, or it might be that you're uncertain or you don't know what to do. But I feel like with this energy, I feel like you both are projecting a lot of assumptions and almost creating you might be placing blame on an external party, when I think really there's an ability to redirect that energy towards yourselves, if that makes sense. But the back of the deck is, if I follow you, I could lose everything. So I do feel like right now you both are kind of working through the fear of loss, working through the fear of abandonment, and also recognizing how you both have played a role in how this connection has evolved, and that also this connection has served, that there's no good or bad things, it's just how we interpret or perceive them. I definitely think though that this third party energy, or this third energy, doesn't necessarily have to be a person, but I do think it could be, you know what I think part of it is? I think that the someone else for both of you are the projections that you place on one another. Like, there are two people in this connection, you and the person you're asking about. But the third person is the person that you create, the version of your person that you create in your mind. And that is the person that you want to let go of, because that person doesn't exist. Instead of trying to figure out who this person is or fantasize about who this person is or idealize who one another are, accepting who you both are now, where you both are at, will help you realize that you may be making things more complicated than they need to be. And I think the more you can realize, you know, what is in your power to control and what isn't, the easier it will be for you both to surrender to the cycles that are placed in front of you. So we are going to go ahead and finish the free reading off with some final guidance for you guys. So Spirit, what advice do you have for the spring person, please? Okay, we have the celery seed with the theme of cleanse. The trigger statement is there is no answer, and the true statement is I am the answer. The aligned outcome for you is simple, but not necessarily easy. Commit to your goals to heart each day and know every single action will take you closer to them. Yeah, this is literally, so for the spring person, keep working on that solar plexus, keep working on that power of will, keep trusting yourself and trusting in what your intuition is telling you, because even if you don't have immediate results to validate what you're feeling, doesn't mean you won't forever. The more you can trust your intuition, the more you can realize that all the answers lie within you, the more you trust yourself, the easier this will flow. And the easier, and also, time flies when you're having fun. If you are able to redirect yourself and find joy in the present moment, you know, the cycles that the night person needs to go through, well, the less the spring person is aware of them, the easier it will be to not doubt what is going on with them. Because I feel like the spring person might intuit that the challenges the night person is going through is a reflection of them, or a reflection of their disinterest in them, or a reflection of their lack of desire for them, when that's not the case. It's so much more about themselves, and recognizing that it's not personal, so that you can realize that even when you get afraid or confused, the truth lies within you, and you just have to reinforce that with your power of will, and know that all of us are just silly little humans trying to figure it out for ourselves. And the more we honor what's true to us, the less we beat ourselves up later or the more we can trust ourselves when whatever outcomes appear are a direct result of us trusting ourselves. Whether that outcome is something that we're happy for, we can be proud of ourselves for listening to it despite the doubt or fear. And if the outcome is something that we weren't anticipating, it's also the realization that our inner wisdom can lead us to experiences beyond our logical thought and our wildest dreams. And, you know, the more we trust that inner inkling and that inner nudge, the more we can realize the wisdom that lies there, and it's easier to trust what we go through and experience. So what advice, Spirit, do you have for the night person? So we have align, and it's a heart chakra card, and this is about centering. The trigger statement is I feel conflicted, which I said they were conflicted. The true statement is I am true to my highest self. Your focus needs to turn within to reflect on stories that are not true for you. Love is the way through, and that's what the night person is learning. This dark night of the soul is bringing them the heart awakening that they need to be in alignment with their truth, and the realization that they will see the light one day. They will understand why everything had to happen this way. Right now, they may be telling themselves stories that are not useful and that do not serve them, but that doesn't mean that they will be doing that forever. You know, as we saw, they might be focusing on the night person, but what they are realizing is that the night person is just a mirror holding up for them all their insecurities, all their wounds, all their stories that they tell themselves that don't serve them. The night person is helping, and the spring person is helping the night person become a truer version of themselves. So what do these two both need to know, Spirit? Okay, we have the throat chakra with spearmint. The theme is conviction, and the trigger statement is no one listens to me, whereas the true statement is my voice is heard. Stand strong and communicate your message. The world is ready to receive what you have to share. So I feel like you both are learning to stand true into what you know and what you are learning. And I feel like you both are learning to heal your voices and the power, and learn how to trust in the power of your voices, so that when the time comes for you to sit down and talk about this stuff, whether that's today, tomorrow, right after this video, 3 weeks from now, 3 months from now, 3 years from now, it could be different for all of you. The realization that it is so important to listen to your own voice first. And I actually got this download a little while ago that, you know, if we want to be heard, we need to listen. Talking at one another and projecting on one another is not going to help anything. And the more that we realize, the more we honor and validate our voice and understand ourselves, the more we can hold space for other people's voices and try to understand where they're coming from, and realizing that neither perspective is right or wrong. It's just where we're at and how we're perceiving things. So we're going to go ahead and finish the free version of this reading off with some final advice. So Spirit, what's the final guidance you have for the spring person? Hydrate and meditate. So for the spring person, you know, honor your emotions, make sure you're drinking enough water, and make sure you're giving yourself enough time to go within and listen to what your inner voice is telling you. The outer world is not going to serve you and give you answers the way your inner world will. And it will be much more nourishing to seek answers internally at this time than it will to look for them externally. If anything, when you've experienced frustration, resistance, confusion, and uncertainty with external phenomena and external information in general, that is your sign to go within, and that is your sign to pay attention to what your inner self is telling you, because your inner self is telling you, if you're the spring person, that these outside sources are not meant for you. They're not serving you. They're just bringing you further away from yourself. So what about the night person? What guidance do you have for them? Shift, fast results, break the cycle. It's okay to change direction. So I definitely think that the more the night person surrenders to these shifts, the easier it will be to work through this darker cycle. I actually think the more the night person embraces and surrenders the flow of this cycle, the faster they will get out of it, and the sooner they will receive clarity and awareness as to why they're at where they're at. So what's the final guidance for both of these people, Spirit? Travel, take time off, take a trip, adventure. And on the back of the deck, we have a new dawn. Good news is coming. Hard times are over. So I really love this, because I really think that Spirit is saying, just because something isn't happening right now doesn't mean it's a no forever. I feel like Spirit is saying, you know, to follow the inner callings of your soul, whether that's through astral traveling or through literally traveling. Spirit wants you to understand that there is value in every step of your journey, and that, you know, especially, okay, actually I see what this is saying. For the night, for the night person, because I'm pointing at them, what you need to know is that there's a new dawn coming. And in fact, while everything may be falling apart, things are actually coming together in the best way possible. And that the light will come again, and you will see things more clearly, even if you don't understand now. There is good news coming for both of you. And this new dawn is relevant for both of you, but I think for the spring person, travel. You are allowed to take a step away from this connection or worrying about this connection, you know, doing things that you enjoy and embracing the present moment. If you've been feeling called to travel to a specific place or to go on a specific journey, or if you just need the permission to not focus on this for a while, or just to take time off from worrying about this connection, and you just need to experience, live, and see what else is out there, do that. Everything that you both are experiencing right now is serving a purpose and has value. The more you can surrender to what is and listen to the inner callings of your soul, the easier you will be able to flow through this cycle. So pile 3, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. I'm going to take things over to the extended. So if you want to check that out and support me, that will be down below. As a reminder, we're going to be looking at what's happening next and a lot of other stuff. But if you're leaving me here, which is absolutely okay, thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you so much for allowing the ads to play in the background, while you watch this reading. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and my channel if you appreciate what I do. But there's plenty of ways you can support this channel. You can do that by liking this video. You can do it by commenting down below, letting me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little notification bell to be part of my notification squad. I do respond to comments and see your comments most often when I first upload. So if you want me to see your comment, I would have those notifications on. You can also follow my social media, which is linked down below. Just do be aware that I have tons of scammers that impersonate me and pretend to be me. You can also check out my affiliate links as well as the thanks button. That is a direct way to tip me. If you want to tip me in any other way, obviously you certainly don't have to. There are just lots of ways to show your appreciation, and I also have merch. So that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching and for being here. I hope you will have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Amethyst Heart and the White Sage Tarot, this is going to be your reading on what is happening between you and your person in this connection. So to make sure that this is your reading and to just get the reading started, we are going to be looking at your energy and your person's energy and the energy that exists between the two of you. I am going to be doing this in a person A, person B style format. So it will be up to you to decide which side represents you and which side represents your person. Now, if neither side resonates, then that is a telltale sign that this reading is not your reading. Feel free to try another pile, another video, or do something else with your life. If you resonate with both sides and you feel like your person A, B, that is often indicative of mirroring occurring between both you and this person. It could just be about you, but it's usually indicative of the fact that you and your person are mirroring. Although the semantics may be different, the overall energies are similar. So if you have trouble with that, I would maybe lean towards the side that sounds more like you and more like your energy, but it's okay if you recognize yourself in both sides. You'll likely recognize your person in both sides as well if it is meant to mirror, if it's meant to resonate. So with that being said, let's start by looking at person A and their energy. So to start, we have the Tiger. We've got the feeling of rage. The song is Army of Me by Bjork. Stand up, you've got to manage. I won't sympathize anymore. And if you complain once more, you'll meet an army of me. We also have Dare. And we have Bad Timing. Okay. And then for person B, they are being represented by the Death Mother, Time Apart, the feeling of appreciation. The song is See You Girl by Steve Lacy. I haven't seen you in a while. You know I miss you, babe. When you hear this song, feel flattered. It's about your face and how I miss it, and I wish that I could see it more. And finally, we have Love. So I'm definitely gonna move these over because there's gonna need to be more space made for the connecting energies between the two of you. We have Sparkling Falls, show yourself unconditional love, self-love, confidence, self-care. Yeah, we also have Strategy. We have Speak Truth. And we have Wild Card. Okay, so this is interesting. This could definitely be a case where you see yourself in both piles. But I'm just gonna go ahead and start with the Tiger person. What I will say is that this definitely looks like if you are in a relationship with this person, this could still apply if you're in a relationship with this person. This could be long distance, or this could be something where, like, for example, one person is in the military, so they're like less available. One person could be, traveling or something like that, But I would say for the majority of you, it is more likely that you're not with this person. But that does not negate the fact that there is still a lot of love here. So starting with the Tiger person, I definitely think that the Tiger person is starting to awaken to their own personal power and they're awakening to the fact that they're awakening to the fact of how they have disempowered themselves in the past. I feel like this Tiger person has, instead of seeing themselves as a tiger, I feel like they've been in this energy in the past where they viewed themselves as a kitten, or believed that they had the power of a kitten, whereas in reality they were really a tiger. This person could be born in the year of the tiger. That might, if that resonates for some of you, or the tiger could be a significant animal. But I think that person A, or the tiger, is really just awakening to the fierceness within and awakening to the personal power that they've had all along. And I feel like this feeling of rage is not at person B or the Death Mother. I think we're gonna call that the DM, just to, because that's a intense name. So for the tiger person, I think that they are realizing how they have actively allowed other people to maybe take advantage of them, or they've actively given their power away in order to keep the peace, or in order to appease other people. And I think the tiger person is realizing how they have created a cycle of self-betrayal when they don't honor what they're actually feeling and instead give their power away in order to appease others. So in the case of the tiger, I really think that they are feeling a form of sacred rage. The goddess Sekhmet could be significant to the tiger person or to this connection, but essentially this is kind of a form of sacred rage where the tiger person is awakening to the realizations that people have done them dirty, people haven't treated them properly, and that they've also been taught to disempower themselves, or they've been conditioned to believe that they had less power by their environment. And I think they're awakening to the truth of who they are. And as a result, there's a lot of anger and frustration at the conditioning that they were subjected to that made them believe that this truth wasn't theirs in the first place, that made them think that abuse is committed towards them, or unfair behavior towards them was something that they deserved. I feel like part of this tiger person awakening right now is this realization that rage serves a purpose the same way any other emotion does. And if the tiger person has always been someone that is more passive, or maybe repressed their anger, pretended like it didn't exist, now they're realizing that their anger was not a sign of weakness, but in fact it was a sign that they were being wronged in some way, or that there was something in a situation that wasn't fair to them. And I think in the case of the tiger, there may be a lot of anger and frustration at times with where this connection is at. They may feel rage towards themselves, like they didn't do enough, but I think what they are realizing is that they've always been doing enough. But they might find that at times there are things that are not within their power, for example, things like timing, that are not theirs to control, but they are kind of realizing how that rage doesn't serve them in those cases, because it's not something that they can necessarily control or change. But at the same time, it is valuable to accept what is, and at the same time honor how you feel about it. I think what the tiger is realizing is that there's a place for everything, and everything is in its place, and that when something feels out of place and it bothers the tiger, if it's not something that can be controlled from the self, and it's not something that is just under the universe's control, if it's an external circumstance that is being brought to their doorstep that's not fair, not right, this rage is showing them, no, I will not put up with your bullshit. No, I will not put up with your own chaos or delusions. No, I will not put up with any behavior that is less than what I deserve. And I think the tiger person is almost awakening to the rage that they are allowed to feel against society at large, against the experiences that they had that led them to believe that there was something wrong with them, or that they were messed up. And also the rage at the way other people have made their own chaos, their own problems, the tiger's problem, or made the tiger believe that they were doing something wrong by being themselves. I feel like they are raging out of the cage that they have been trying to keep themselves in. I feel like the tiger person maybe has always known that they've had this power within them, but I think that they have been afraid that if they were their authentic self, that they wouldn't be accepted or that other people wouldn't like them. But what I think they're realizing is that that is not their responsibility. And I think as they are awakening to their personal power, they realize, one, what they do have control over and what they don't have control over. And I think this tiger person, in the healthiest way possible, is starting to be more brave and honest. I feel like this tiger person is someone who is not going to let people walk all over them anymore and think that they're some docile, domesticated cat. They're realizing that they are wild and that they are fierce, and that if you bring some bullshit to their doorstep, you might get torn up. And I think that this tiger person is also realizing that they've misplaced their rage at the DM person or person B, because they may have taken person B's or the DM's behavior very personally and assumed it was a direct rejection of the tiger in general, when that was never the case. For the tiger person, they are realizing that sometimes things outside of their control are not necessarily a no, but just now's not the right time. And I think that they're realizing that it's not healthy for them to hold on to rage that they've already felt. That doesn't, I guess, okay. There's a difference between raging to rage and rage because it's coming up within them. And I think for the tiger person, they are recognizing that they are allowed to be angry that this connection isn't where they would want it to be. And they're allowed to be angry at the misunderstandings, at the lack of congruence between them, person B, and this connection. But I think what the tiger person is realizing is that I just heard I'm a bad bitch, you can't kill me. And I think the tiger person is realizing that embracing all parts of themselves allows them to stand in their power more firmly, and that their rage shows them areas of life where things are not fair to them and where they deserve to stand up for themselves. Part of the tiger learning to love themselves unconditionally is to lovingly accept all emotions, even the ones that we are more uncomfortable with. And I think as a result, now that the tiger is starting to embrace their personal power, they're realizing that there's tons of things that they're being drawn to, or there's tons of decisions that they want to make or choices that they want to make that they never would in the past out of fear. I think what the tiger person is realizing is that the idea that they were small, or the personality that they held on to, was just a series of traits they conditioned themselves to be in order to be accepted and feel safe in the environment around them. And I think what they're realizing is that instead of centering their rage towards themselves and assuming that any rejection, any misunderstandings, any bullshit directed at them is not a sign that they are doing something wrong, it's just a sign that not everyone can fully understand or accept the tiger in their full power. But that was never the tiger's problem. The tiger was meant to realize that, you know, some people are going to be afraid of the tiger. Some people are going to want to tame the tiger because they're afraid of the power that the tiger has. You know, big old teeth, giant mouth, fast as fuck. Like, I'm fast as fuck, boy. Like, the tiger person's powerful. And they have actively given away their power in order to feel accepted and feel safe by the environments they've been in and the people around them. And I think what they're realizing is that that was never their problem to begin with. And in fact, they're starting to understand the difference between unhealthy rage that is not directed at anything in particular, but is just an expression of their frustration over things they can't control, and healthy rage that shows them where their where they have been wronged or where something has been unfair to them. Rage also, anger and rage itself can also be a manifestation of different emotions. So I think the tiger person is also starting to understand what the feelings underneath the rage are and why it's coming out. And it's allowing the tiger person to not only be more compassionate towards themselves, but to also be honest with themselves and find ways to utilize the energies and emotions that are brought to their doorstep. I also feel like this tiger person is realizing that embracing their wildness allows them to be more free in the expression of who they are. And that's part of self-care. The realization that I'm gonna act in ways that are in accordance to me, whether other people like it or not, whether it makes other people upset or not. Like, I'm gonna do what I need to do, and I don't care if that's someone else's problem. You know, you've got to manage. I won't sympathize anymore. And if you complain once more, you'll meet an army of me. The tiger person is realizing, like, they have so much more power over the negativity that comes their way. And not only that, part of being unconditionally loving to themselves is allowing themselves to accept whatever comes to them, accept whatever experiences happen, and act from a place that is going to empower them and feel right for them, rather than assume that whatever experiences are coming their way are a sign of their failure or their lack of worth. I feel like this tiger person is maybe angry that this connection isn't where they want it to be, but they're also realizing the value in this connection unfolding the way it has, because it's allowed this tiger person to start becoming aware of their true power and realize that they have more power than they realize. How's that word count? Am I getting enough in there? But also just the understanding that the way that they behave is a result of conditioning. It's not a result of who they truly are. And the more they dare to be bold and to act in ways that are different than they normally would, the more that they realize that their personality is just traits that they feel safe expressing. And the more that they let go of those, the more that they realize how fucking multidimensional they are. So let's talk about person B, or the DM person. So for the DM, they are definitely consciously taking time apart from this connection. And I think originally the tiger person may have taken this as a rejection of them or a reflection of their worth. But the DM person is going through a lot right now. And one of the biggest things that they are going through is a massive ego death, and a death of what's no longer serving them. It's important that the tiger and the DM understand that rejection is divine protection. And sometimes we wish that we could change things, but in fact, the universe will not allow it, because it's actually in our highest good to follow the flow of what's happening. I really do feel like the absence of the DM person has allowed the tiger to realize that they don't need anyone in order to stand in their power, that they are powerful on their own, and that other people can help show them where their power is, but ultimately no one can take their power away from them. And that in fact, oftentimes, it is the reflection of how other people react to the tiger's power that has made the tiger believe that there was something wrong. When in reality, other people were just like, holy shit, a tiger. But they probably didn't say that directly. It didn't directly see person A as a tiger because they're a person, but they have tiger energy. And that's scary. That's fierce, you know? Whereas for the DM person, it ain't easy to love a tiger. That is a fierce, cuddly and adorable, but fierce and powerful person. And I think for the DM person, I think they are realizing that they've needed to step away and almost not lose this. I am hearing the Selena Gomez song, Lose You to Love Me. But I feel like the DM person is realizing that actually, this is not real. Okay. The DM person may have originally rejected the tiger or rejected this connection and run from it, but it is this time apart and this energy of absence making the heart grow fonder that the DM is realizing that The tiger person was not attacking their being. The tiger person was not attacking the person that they are or the life that they lead. The tiger person was just holding up a mirror to the DM person to help them realize what wasn't serving them and what was holding them back. If you can see here, there's a figure kind of tied up by these strings. And I think that the DM person, whether they were consciously aware of it or not, created distance between themselves and the tiger so that they could start to get rid and literally end what is no longer serving them. And they are realizing that everything that they've experienced in this connection is leading them closer to an understanding of love, and the fact that everything in this connection has been teaching them about love and what real love is over what control and conditional love is. I think the DM person is realizing that in order to show themselves unconditional love and in order to be able to feel comfortable in that energy and comfortable with the fact that they love the tiger person, because yes, we will get there, the more that they realize that this connection was not trying to break them down, but to make them realize what was stopping them from existing in a pure, more loving, authentic version of themselves. I feel like the DM person is looking at the tiger with a lot of gratitude, and I think they really miss the tiger person, but they're still in this process of purification, of cutting ties that no longer serve them, of understanding what in their life supports love and what doesn't. No matter what, I think the DM person is incredibly grateful for the tiger, because the tiger has shown them so much about themselves that they were not aware of. And the tiger has shown them what real love is. Even if I feel like both of these parties have shown each other what real love is, but it hasn't been through being loving to one another. It's been through the challenges that you both have faced, either in this connection or separately, that have helped you both realize that when you live from a place of love, from a place of honoring yourself, living from a place of unconditional love for self, then it is much easier to know what is actually aligned with you, what is okay treatment and what isn't, what is true to you and what isn't. And it also helps you change and stay open-minded to whatever will be in both of your highest goods. Because oftentimes we can hold on to attachments or hold on to beliefs that things have to happen in a certain way, especially when it comes to romantic connections. You know, how many bullshit rules does our society have about what love should look like or how you should approach things? Don't sleep with them on the first date, or you can't text them back immediately if you had a good time, or if they don't text you back, screw them. Like, instead of asking about it, just move on. Who can? Like, there's so much bullshit advice that is bullshit and fucking stupid. And yes, I am saying that it is fucking stupid and dumb, and it's kind of making me mad at how often we give each other well-meaning advice that is actually fucking useless because it doesn't align with our truth, but we automatically assume that there's some value in it because it's coming outside of ourselves. And that's the thing. I think both of you in this connection are starting to have rage towards the lies that you've believed that have caused you to betray yourselves. And at the same time, this rage is helping you get out emotions that help you make room to be open to more love and see the love in this connection, in your life in general, and how love has led you back to yourselves, even if the experiences have been challenging and difficult. Suffering is human and nobody leaves this earth unscathed, but I think what you're realizing is that all of your experiences and the experiences that you and this person have had together have not been to break you, but to kind of break you down so that you guys can see the parts that were never meant to fit, so you can build yourselves back up in a way that is authentic and aligned with who you both are. And so I think for the connecting energy here, both parties are definitely at a distance. There's an energy of wanting to put both of your best foots forward, but also at the same time, you both are recognizing the wisdom of this connection is not necessarily about the love that is shared between the two of you, but how if both of you can love one another so deeply and create these intense emotions, that is meant to help you awaken to the love that has always been within you and the love that you deserve to show yourself, so that when you have experiences in the world that are not aligned with you, you can recognize that and not be stuck in those situations out of obligation, guilt, or shame. Instead, you can break free and say, okay, this is not working for me. This is not what I like. This is not aligned with me. What can I do to switch this up? You both are seeing the truth. So much of the truth is just acceptance of what is and releasing the stories and interpretations of how we experienced it. And I think that the way you both are, even though you two may not be together in the physical right now or interacting much on the physical plane, there's a lot of progress happening both for you spiritually. And I think for the DM person, they are the one that is purposefully distancing themselves because they don't want to implicate the tiger in their own stuff. You know, they have things that they need to end, and they have to cut ties with the things that they tied themselves up in the first place. And it is this time apart, and the tiger kind of just allowing the DM to go their own way and live their own experiences, even though it may make them angry, even though it may make them upset and frustrated that things can't be easier. The DM, with this time apart, and yes, it is not lost upon me that the Death Mother, that big DM sounds like a particular, what's the word? It's not a word, it's a, yes, DM can stand for Divine Masculine. So the DM person could be understanding Divine Masculine energy. Both of you could be learning Divine Masculine energy, Divine Feminine energy. All of us have both of those energies within us. We also have distorted masculine and distorted feminine energy. So right now the DM could be purging distorted feminine energy. And actually, I think that's actually really important because I think that the DM person has run from the tiger and this connection because they have always had certain beliefs. And I think this comes from their distorted feminine, where they have believed that they need to, that romantic relationships may always lead to manipulation, that they'll be manipulated, or that true love doesn't exist, that love is an agreement based on what people have, and power and control, and anything that's not love. And I think that the DM person has needed to be at a distance to understand not only what this connection was trying to show them, but how this connection has always been there to help them, not hurt them. This connection is showing the DM person what true love actually is, and I think that they are realizing that their love for the tiger person is much more deeply rooted than they thought. In fact, I think that they are realizing that it's this distance and this time apart that is helping them understand the value that the tiger has in their life, and is helping them sit in their heart space and appreciate all the events that this connection has had, and all of the truth and love that the DM person has learned and realized from this connection. They are starting to understand that loving someone else is not enough. If they don't love themselves, it will be all too easy for them to get in situations and connections that don't actually serve them. And I think what they are realizing is that, one, the tiger person may have, if the tiger person does have rage towards the DM, they may feel like that is understandable, and they might be kind of avoiding that and almost hoping that the tiger cools down before they come back. But also, I think that they are realizing how the tiger person is not a threat. The tiger person is not a predator. I think that they are realizing that they are also a tiger as well, or a lion, or a bear, oh my, something, that they're also as powerful as the tiger. And I think it is this realization. Both parties here have been disempowering themselves based upon social conditioning that never resonated with their core being, that led them to believe in illusions that didn't serve either of them. So right now, this connection is bringing forth for both parties the truth, the objective truth of what is happening here, and making them realize that This is a situation that neither of them can control or manipulate, and instead they have to follow the flow of what feels right and trust that the universe is not leading them astray. In fact, these experiences of this this connection are not meant to make both parties beat themselves up or feel like they're doing something wrong, but instead to understand that even when things are wrong, or even when things are not the way we would hope them to be, that we still have power. We still have the power to show ourselves love and surround ourselves with love, loving friendships, loving energies, loving animals, loving family, whatever energy that helps us feel loved and remind us of the love we always deserve. That helps us become aware of what energies that do not serve us, that in fact harm us. It helps us have that awareness of, okay, this harmful energy was never my fault. This is just something that someone else projected onto me, or what someone brought my way. And you know what? That's unfair. And I think what the tiger person is realizing is that a loving voice and a loving truth doesn't always come in the form of a calm, compassionate tone. Sometimes it comes in the tone of, shut the fuck up and get out of my space. Because the tiger person doesn't have to have unconditional love for every single person that comes their way. They just need to have unconditional love for themselves and understand that as long as they're acting in ways that are aligned with them, that's all they need to do. Sure, could they be kinder? But if it's not aligned with them, the most loving response is to be firm with that person, whatever they want to do. They are working with where they're at and their growth and progress. Same with the DM person. And I think both parties are realizing that they do not have to act in ways that they once did, and that the more they break themselves free of the illusions that they must behave in a certain way, or that something has gone wrong, or that the timing of this connection is bad, that is an illusion that the tiger is realizing is not true. That everything is exactly as it's meant to be. And I love it, like the tiger just looks like it is full of peace and acceptance and just kind of trusting the universe. And as a result, the tiger is becoming more open to guidance and taking action that they would never take in the past. And the more that they do that, the more that they realize that they always had the capacity to be this bad bitch that can't be killed. You know what I mean? You cannot kill the soul, the truest parts of the self. Like the tiger person is realizing that they cannot, that if they don't allow their power, if they don't allow themselves to concede to bullshit that they know is not aligned with them, then that is them standing in their power and speaking truth. And one thing that the tiger person is realizing is that they are only responsible for honoring their truth and speaking their truth. They are not responsible for how that truth affects others, especially if the tiger is just being truthful. Obviously, if the tiger lashes out at someone in a rage, that could create harm, and that's not necessarily unconditionally loving. But the unconditionally loving response to that would be, working through the harm that they've caused. If the other person brings it to their doorstep and speaks the truth and says, hey, listen, this really hurt me, I want to work through this. What both parties are realizing is that it takes two to tango. Both the tiger and the DM need to realize that they both have to be honest with one another and be willing and unafraid to speak the truth, even when they don't know how the other will respond. Both parties are a wild card to one another, and both parties are trying to be strategic in facing one another. But what they need to understand is the only strategy that they need is to be honest with themselves, honest with one another, instead of trying to control the outcome. Follow the intuitive guidance that they both feel, and understand that if they're always coming from a place of love and acting in a place of love, not necessarily for the other person, but for themselves, they really can't go wrong in this situation. The hardest part about this is, let's talk about the fact that another bullshit thing that society does is that when a relationship ends, they called it a failed relationship. Like, that's not a failed, that's not a thing. Like, when you have a relationship with someone, whether it's platonic, romantic, whatever the fuck it is, when you have those experiences, sometimes the value of the connection is not in the outcome, It's in the journey and the experiences you had with them. Sometimes you reach a certain point and you realize, okay, we're headed in separate directions. That doesn't mean you both failed. It just means that you both need different experiences now, and you've gone as far as you can together. There's no such thing as failed relationships. And I think maybe both parties here have been pushing this connection away under the belief that they could somehow mess it up or fail. And I think what the DM person is realizing is the fact that the tiger person has been incredibly controlled and also given them their space has helped them realize that they're not trapped in this connection. They're not tied up by this connection. This connection is something that they voluntarily engage with it with their own free will. And the love and appreciation that they have for this connection and the tiger person has not come from the tiger person doing anything, but the awareness that the connection and the tiger person have given the DM about what love truly is, about how love can show up in any forms, and how love transcends societal conditions and structures that we have in place. Whereas for the tiger person, I think that they are realizing that there is no good time to be honest. I feel like the tiger person might be waiting for the perfect time to say or do something. And I think what they're realizing is that there's no such thing as bad timing. There's just what they are magnetized towards, what they're neutral towards, and what they feel resistance towards. And the understanding that timing in of itself is an illusion of the ego. We perceive time in a linear format, but time and space do not exist in a linear format. And the understanding of that is allowing the tiger to realize that there's so much more to this situation than what meets the eye, than what is seen and understood on the material realm. So both parties right now are learning how to apply the wisdom that they are learning from this connection in their own lives and in their own self-development, but also the wisdom that they're learning that they can then bring back and apply when engaging with one another. Not only that, they are learning how to fulfill and meet their own needs so they don't project the idea or have the distortion that it is up to someone else to meet their own needs. With that being said, humans are not meant to exist separate of one another. We have social needs, what's the word? Solitary confinement is considered cruel and unusual punishment in a lot of different countries. To be fair, I think being born on Earth is a cruel and unusual punishment, but we are learning to love the experience and learning to understand the love behind why we're here and the love that the universe has for us. And I think that both the tiger person and the DM are realizing that this situation and this connection is not so black and white, that there are multiple truths coexisting here, and there is a lot of ego deaths and purifications and ascensions happening between these two, where they are becoming more themselves and allowing what does not serve them to finally be released. They are learning to surrender to the wild nature of this connection and the wildness of surrendering control to the divine flow. And as a result, it's making them realize that life doesn't have to be as challenging. We don't have to fight ourselves. We don't have to, when life feels challenging, we're not as in the flow as we could be. Obviously, life always has challenges, and it's not that black and white, obviously, but there are ways to surrender resistance and follow the flow. And the more we allow ourselves to do that without shaming ourselves or thinking that we're doing something wrong, and just trusting that wherever we're being guided is where we're meant to go and that there's a reason for it, the easier we can be on ourselves and others, and understand that the decisions that other people make are not a reflection of our worth, but instead a reflection of them doing what they need to in order to honor themselves, the same way they can and should expect for you to do what is best for you and honor yourself as well. So the beautiful thing about this connection is that you both are coming into a place of love for self and understanding what unconditional love for self looks like. Not only that, you are starting to see where being strategic can help you and where it can hurt you. It's also helping you be open to change and open to new possibilities and open to the idea that outcomes beyond your wildest dreams could be just around the corner if you're willing to stay open and follow the flow of where life is leading you. And the more honest you are with yourself and the more honest you are about what you're experiencing, the easier and the more love you have for yourself, the easier it is to be honest with others, because you're not telling them, you are not engaging with them from a place of fear, but you're engaging with them from a place of love and truth, if that makes sense. So essentially, the tiger person is understanding that their true power has always been within themselves, and that no amount of love from a romantic partner, from a family member, from anyone could replace the love that they have for themselves. And that doesn't mean that they don't need love. That doesn't mean that we don't need people, because we do. And part of self-love is being able to speak up when you can't meet your own needs, and finding ways to meet those needs and asking for help and ways to meet those needs. And I think what the DM person is realizing is that they have needs, and that they have a need for love. And that I think that they're realizing that they have a need for this connection, for the tiger person. And I think, but what they're also realizing is that that need is not dependent on the tiger person showing up in the way that they think they should, or the tiger person playing some certain role. I think what's happening is a purification of the expectations these two have projected on one another, which is why there's been this time apart. Both have been purging and clearing things that you both have needed to heal, because if you were together to purge these things, you would bleed on one another when it wasn't necessary. This is the universe literally putting in a divine timeout so that y'all can see more clearly and not take action from a place of woundedness, take action from a place of reactivity, take action from a place of being triggered, and instead give you both the opportunity to work through these energies separately, so that when you come together, you can both act towards one another in ways that are aligned with your heart rather than aligned with fear or the desire to control the other person or the situation. So I am going to go ahead and move into the tarot now. I'm going to use the White Sage Tarot for person A, and I am going to use the Gummy Bear Tarot for person B, just in case there are repeating cards. With that being said, if this reading resonates and you are enjoying it, there will be an extended linked down below. They have been very long and very juicy, and in the extendeds, we are going to be looking at what is next for this connection in terms of energy. We're going to look at what is next for both of you individually, and what is next for both of you in terms of the connection on the physical plane. And then we will get tons more channeled messages. I have a lot of decks to use and tons more advice. The extendeds have been like 40 minutes long, so it's like $1 for every 10 minutes. Pretty good steal. So what I'm gonna do now is ask 3 questions and pull a card for each. We are going to be looking at what is in alignment for each person in this connection. So what they are doing right or what they are perceiving correctly. And then we are going to look at what is not in alignment for both parties. So what they might be distorting or what they may not realize is not serving them. And then we will see what each party's truth is at this time, so that we can understand why each person is doing what they're doing and why you both are in this current cycle that you're in right now. Okay, get one more. Okay, so Spirit, what is aligned for the tiger person in this connection at this time? What are they doing, perceiving, or experiencing that is currently in alignment when it comes to this connection? Okay, so we have the Empress. Love to see it. What is not in alignment then? We have the Hermit. Awesome. Okay. And what is the tiger's truth in this connection at this time? We have Death and the 7 of Swords. Okay. Bottom of the deck is the Hierophant. Love it. Okay. Now, for the DM, Spirit, what is in alignment for the DM when it comes to this connection? We have the Two of Wands, okay? And what is out of alignment for the DM when it comes to this connection? We have Justice. And finally, what is the DM's truth when it comes to this connection at this time? We have the Ace of Pentacles, and the bottom of the deck is the Nine of Cups. Okay, so let's start with the Tiger person. What is in alignment for them is the Empress. This is them embracing the Empress is divine earthly energy. And they are starting to understand that that they don't have to control everything. They are starting to realize that the best thing that they can do in terms of not only their connections, but just nurturing themselves and becoming the best version of themselves is not only healthy, but important in a connection in general. The realization of the Tiger's inherent worth and the realization that they will not be denied anything that's meant for them. And in fact, they can actually surrender into the flows of their life and the flows that the divine is trying to keep them steady on, and trust that they don't need to go out and get what they want, that whatever is meant for them can, and they can attract whatever they need. Not only that, the Tiger person is awakening to the fact that the universe, that they do not work separately from the universe, that the universe is not out to get them and is not trying to make them think that they must do things a certain way, or that just because they are in a certain cycle right now doesn't mean that they'll be there forever. The Tiger person is awakening to their Empress energy, and we all have Empress energy within us. And actually it's kind of interesting because the Empress also represents a mother. And so I think for the DM person, they are starting to become awakened to their distorted feminine, whereas I think the Tiger person has healed their feminine energy in a lot of ways, and they're starting to understand how divinely feminine energy serves them. Understand we both have feminine, masculine energies within us. If you get it, you get it. You don't, you don't. Don't be bitching in my comment section. But they are realizing that nothing is out of place, that everything is flowing to them in the perfect time, in the perfect way, and that it can be more effective to just allow things to happen as they will and trust what is meant for them won't miss them, rather than trying to control the situation. But also I think the Tiger person is realizing the fact that they don't have to stay stuck in one outcome, that they don't have to stay stuck in one timeline, that in fact, they can attract many different experiences and many different opportunities that would benefit them while this connection is in a lull, or while this connection is not happening. This Tiger person is realizing that they don't need to block their blessings or push away what the universe is offering them. If it feels right and is aligned with them, they don't need to have any guilt or shame about it. It is their divine birthright to be nourished, to be cared for and loved for. And the more that we extend that to ourselves, the more we understand what being cared for and loved for actually feels like, and what is not actually being cared for and loved for under the guise of that. The Tiger person is learning how to nourish and nurture themselves and recognize their needs so that they can understand and communicate those needs to people outside of them, and can understand who, how, when, why, what can be done for the Tiger to meet their needs on their own, and how they can work with the people around them to also meet their needs and have the people around them's needs met as well. There's just this unwavering truth, I think, that the Tiger person is realizing, that they don't need to control this situation. They don't need to know the outcome. They just need to trust that what is meant for them won't miss them, and that as long as they prioritize their self-love and nourishing themselves, that they cannot make that they can't mess anything up, and even if they do slip, or if they do make a mistake, or they do make a decision out not from a place of love, from a place of fear, that decision is not inherent of who they are or their worth. It's just an opportunity to learn how, when we do take action from a place of fear, we can create unnecessary suffering, or create outcomes that we weren't looking for, or create more messiness, if you will, or more chaos. Now, what is out of alignment is the Hermit. And I think that for the Tiger person, they might actually be, especially if these two are not in any sort of commitment with one another, the Tiger person may be isolating themselves, or isolating themselves off from any opportunities that maybe want to come their way. I feel like with this Hermit energy here, I feel like the Tiger person is assuming that if they don't have a committed connection with the DM person, that they're not meant to be one. And that is an illusion. The universe wants to serve us so that we can serve it. And ultimately, being on our own has a lot of wisdom, but sometimes the growth and the healing and the lessons that we need to learn can be more effective with another person. And if the person we want to learn with, or feel like we should be learning with, isn't in our immediate presence, there's likely a reason for that. And truthfully, I do think that the DM person is in the process of needing to be in their Hermit energy and kind of going within, but that doesn't mean that the Tiger needs to deny themselves experiences, or stay holding on to one branch or one outcome, if that makes sense. The Tiger person can still have love for the DM, have love for this connection, but also do what is best for them. That doesn't mean, saying, screw you, if you're not going to show up for me right now in the way that I want you to, then you're not good enough for me anyway. But just more realization that the DM person is not available right now. They're clearly not in my immediate vicinity for a reason. I have needs that I know I can't fulfill outside myself. So I'm not going to stop denying myself because the outlet I would prefer my needs to be met is not showing up. The universe is asking the Tiger person to be open to new possibilities, and not see these new possibilities as a deterrent from this connection or the DM person, but rather opportunities to experience and learn and understand life. The DM person is not the only person that the Tiger can learn from. All experiences serve, and I feel like if the Tiger person is feeling lonely, or feeling like they need to isolate themselves, or that they need to stay on one straight and narrow path, that's not necessarily the case. The more that they follow the flow and let go of any limiting beliefs of how they should show up for themselves, the easier it will be for the universe to get to work. The Tiger person is realizing that this connection does not exist solely in their minds, that this connection is not dependent on just their behavior. It's dependent on so many things. It's dependent on cycles. It's dependent on healing. It's dependent on personal action. There's so much here. And I think what the Tiger person is needing to understand is that just because not a lot is happening in the physical, or just because they might be separate or on their own or away from the person that they wish they could be close to, that doesn't mean that they're being denied or punished. It just means that now is not the right time. Doesn't mean it will not be the right time forever, but it does mean that the Tiger doesn't have to act. That if the Tiger is acting based upon how they think the DM should show up, or the DM person should show up, or acting based upon this belief that they can only get their needs met in one certain way, they are denying themselves the opportunity to be fulfilled and experience joy, experience the loving blessings of the universe in other ways. There are many ways to experience our blessings, and what the Tiger person is meant to realize is that that isolating themselves there's a difference between going within for understanding and isolating ourselves from the outside world, and the tiger person is recognizing that they are safe enough to operate and exist within the outside world and stand true in their power, even if other people don't understand it, or even if they have temporary experiences that ultimately serve their growth. Obviously, any time that we are in having an experience with someone, goodbyes are sad, goodbyes are hard. And I think maybe the tiger person is avoiding putting themselves out there because they are afraid of things getting messy, or they're afraid of getting involved in something that's temporary. I feel like the tiger person has this idea that that they can only be open to certain experiences or certain ways of living their... I am very worried by that sound of water. I'll be right back. It's fine. It's just my washer just being a spinny queen and me getting nervous about it. But that's the thing. You know, it's okay to check back in with this person. It's okay to check back in with this connection. But that doesn't mean that if you're the tiger person, that doesn't mean that they should be denying themselves experiences and limiting themselves to one way of living. So what their truth is right now for this connection is that the limiting beliefs that they have and the unhelpful and hurtful beliefs that they have about themselves, about this connection, all of that lack of understanding is leading to a powerful transformation that is a portal to living a life that is more authentic and aligned with them. The realization that they may be creating, that their limiting beliefs may be holding them back and creating more pain, is the realization they need to literally end and kill what is not serving them, so that they can walk through this portal clearly and understand that there's so many different ways that life can serve them. There's so many different ways that they can experience love for themselves and for others, that this connection that they do not know how things can shift and change. And the more they follow the transformation and not jump to conclusions about how things are currently manifesting, and instead just surrendering and accepting how things are and being compassionate towards ourselves and others despite it, the more we can understand the wisdom in these transformations, the wisdom in this growth. What really is ending here is the tiger's truth is that their limiting beliefs have created a lot more pain than the actual events of this connection or the challenging events that this connection has brought to their doorstep. Not only that, what they are also realizing is that jumping to conclusions or making assumptions about what someone else thinks or feels doesn't serve them either. The blessing of this connection is helping them have the awareness of what the truth actually is, and the power of embodying our truth even when other people don't share it. The tiger person is realizing that they'll never be the same, and that's a good thing. That they are literally the only thing that's dying for them are the illusions that kept them stuck in situations that weren't serving them and beliefs that weren't serving them. And as a result, they're able to trust their journey more and sleep more easily, because the keys to the next doorways and the keys to understanding are always going to be available to them and brought to them at the perfect time and the perfect way. They are gaining wisdom through all their experiences, and that they don't need to limit their experiences to one person or one outcome or timeline. That the universe might bring people into our lives temporarily for us to learn and ascend with them, if we feel like, sometimes people in our lives for a reason, some people are in our life for a season, and other people are a lifetime. And it's all about understanding what actually serves us and what doesn't, so that we can be more open to the many ways life can serve us and not just one or two ways. Because when we give the universe the freedom to manifest in our lives in different ways, the more we understand that we can block our blessings by limiting the universe to only be allowed to serve our manifestations in one way or another. This is the realization that there's so many more possibilities, and that the death of what never served you in the first place is actually what will help liberate the tiger person, and what liberates the tiger person in order to walk through new doors, be open to more awareness, and be willing to follow the madness of life, even if it doesn't make sense, and trust that wherever it leads to will bring them more peace and awareness and abundance and acceptance. So for the DM person, what is in alignment for them right now is the awareness and understanding that they've got work to do. They are actually, and I would say this as well, if you want to, you could actually divide these energies, even though all 4 connecting energies apply to both parties. I think that for the DM person, they are approaching this situation with more strategy and wanting to come back into this connection, because I feel like they are the ones that walked away, or maybe put the pause button on this connection. They're recognizing that they have to be the ones to move this forward, which I think the tiger person is aware of as well. Like part of their freedom is in the acceptance that they can't force someone to see what they're seeing, and that when you love something, let it go. And if it is meant to return, if it was meant for you, it will. And if it doesn't, something more aligned will serve its place. I think that what is in alignment for the DM person is the realization that they've got work to do, and that they can work with these energies rather than against them. And in fact, I think that they are starting to understand the value and the wisdom that the experiences of that this connection has given them. And they're starting to understand that these were not meant to break them down, but to instead break down the illusions that they had, so that they can come forward a more confident and more empowered version of themselves that isn't going to run in fear when they face a tiger. What they're realizing, it's almost like looking in the mirror and running away because you see a tiger, not realizing that it's your own reflection and that you are also a tiger, you know? Or maybe in this person's case, a bear. Maybe person A is a tiger and person B is a bear. Oh my God, I'm a damn genius. B for bear. All right, so what is out of alignment is the concept of justice for the DM person. So their understandings of karma, law and order, basically cause and effect is kind of out of whack. What's out of alignment for them is the fact that I think that they believe or have existed under the belief that the universe, that they will be punished if they do something wrong. It's like crime and punishment. I think that they do not believe that the universe is inherently just, but I also think that they have distortions around romantic relationships in general. It's quite possible that they could have had family members or people that they cared about that had quote unquote failed marriages or marriages that ended. And maybe they've only had unhealthy relationships modeled to them, or they've never seen what a balanced and aligned relationship looks like. They may be laboring under the belief that relationships are not for them, or that relationships are never balanced, relationships are never equal, or that they can't be in a relationship. And I think what they are realizing is that they can do anything that I was about to say they could do anything that they set their mind to, but like within reason. Like, as much as I would like to be in the NBA, I am a woman, I am 5'3", and I have the athletic ability of a limp carrot. So that's probably not gonna happen for me. But if I wanted to, I could probably get better at basketball and play in a rec league. Definitely not going to the WNBA, because they would kick my ass so easily. But like, you know, within reason, we can set our mind to whatever we are able to do. You know, obviously there are going to be barriers and limitations for things that are not going to serve us. Imagine if they did let me in the NBA. Like, hysterical. Like, that would be literally cruel. Like, don't put me with LeBron James. Like, no. Like, that's not going to serve either of us. That's not a challenge for LeBron James, and that's just going to crush me, okay? And that's the thing, is the divine knows what will serve us and knows what we need. And sometimes we have the belief that we can't do something, or something that we are guided to do, or something that we want or desire isn't meant for us because we haven't seen it be modeled to us in a healthy way, or we believe that we can't hold it or that will fail. What the DM person is realizing, and what these lessons are teaching them, is that their beliefs about what is fair, what is just, their beliefs about what is equal, what is healthy, and their beliefs about how karma works are shifting and changing. And I think what they are realizing is that their understandings of relationships have come from a place of distortion, especially if they have only experienced toxic relationships themselves. Now, with that being said, any relationship can be toxic, and we can have toxic behaviors. It's really the only thing that makes it ultimately toxic and bad is when both or one person in the connection are unwilling to own up to their toxicity, become aware of their toxicity, and are unwilling to work through it and grow. Sometimes the best thing is to let it go, but other times, you know, both people can be capable of showing themselves more love, being forgiving towards one another, and building towards a healthier relationship. And I think in this case, the DM person is realizing that love is not something that only exists within the confines of committed relationships or conditional relationships. I think what they are realizing is that the divine has ways of showing us what is balanced and what is fair, and sometimes we might think that our life experiences are unfair, when in reality they're just a simple cause and effect of the way we have been acting. And when those effects happen, they give us the opportunity to shift and become aware of how we can instead act in different ways and get different effects. So I think that they are learning a lot about mirroring what is actually their truth and what isn't, what is actually fair to themselves and what's fair to other people. Because I also think one illusion that the DM person has had is they always try to do right by others, but I don't think that they've been aware of how it's important that others do right by them too. And as a result, I think they've made themselves vulnerable and open to people and experiences that didn't serve themselves, and they may have felt like it was their fault or that they were doing something wrong, when in reality, they just weren't practicing discernment and recognizing that just because you are doing right by someone means that they'll do right by you. And if they're unwilling to become aware of how they've done wrong by you, or unwilling to work with you in conflict resolution and shit like that, then that's probably not a fair situation for you to be in. I think that the DM person is learning what is actually fair and what isn't, and starting to recognize that it's not that committed relationships are bad. It's not that relationships in general are bad. It's just that we are all human and we make mistakes, and we are all at different levels of growth and awareness. And sometimes we might be aligned at one point and then we outgrow one another, or we're aligned and then we're misaligned, and then we learn to balance the misalignment, and that's what allows us to come back together in an aligned way. Everything serves, and nothing is for nothing, if that makes sense. But essentially, the DM person's truth is the realization that they want to offer something solid to the tiger person. And I think that the tiger person is, or that if they had a solid opportunity with the tiger person, that it's something worth taking, that this connection and that the tiger person and that they themselves are worthwhile investments, and that these are investments in themselves that will, I guess, I've been channeling for a long time, so give me some grace and forgiveness for my shoddy channeling. But what the DM person is realizing is that sometimes commitment and the experiences that come with that can actually bring the opportunity and more satisfaction than running away from commitment or running away from something deeper, more solid, out of fear that they won't be able to show up, or out of fear that things will end poorly. I think what they're realizing is that any investment into something that they love is never wasted, because there's always something to learn from it. And that the more we embrace the journey and the present of what is, rather than an outcome of what could be, the easier it is for us not to get carried away and overwhelmed by fear about things we're not ready for. I think what the DM person is realizing, it's almost like they've needed to explore lots of different experiences and people in order to understand what has actually been fulfilling for them, what's actually been satisfying for them, and help them realize what they actually want. This is fascinating. The fact that we have the sun on the back of the deck in between the 9 of Cups and the 9 of Swords, the DM person is realizing that they are worthy of their wishes being granted, but the fear of losing those things, the fear of losing that, is actually something that stops them from ultimate happiness. And that ultimate happiness and satisfaction come from a place of living and aligned with our truth and embracing those fun experiences. We're not going to be in sun energy all the time. Like, literally the sun goes down every single day, and then we have the moon. Joyful experiences are not meant to bring us pain and fear. It can be painful to lose people, experiences, situations that brought us joy, but the fact that we can feel that joy makes us understand that we can feel it again. And in fact, the more we understand what brings us satisfaction and happiness, and the more we become solid within ourselves, the easier it is to realize that even though joyful experiences come and go, we are still safe in that anyway. We're safe in the highs and lows, and the understanding that highs are temporary and so are lows. And often the fear of losing something that isn't even yours can create a self-fulfilling prophecy where we push away the exact things that we want because we are afraid of losing them, or afraid we're unworthy, or believe that we're not worthy. So much of our own pain is perpetuated by the idea that we don't deserve good things in the first place, or that opening ourselves up to joy will just open ourselves up to more pain. And that's not necessarily not true. But what we do realize is that it is better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all, right? I guess some people wouldn't agree with that, but I think a lot of people would. And I think what the DM person is realizing is that pushing away the things that would make them happy is keeping them in darkness and keeping them in their own version of hell. Like, that is more hellish than being open to joyful experiences and realizing that we can't always control outcomes, but we can at least see where they'll take us. And as long as we're taking action from a place of love and are always honoring our needs from a place of love, then we're usually going to be able to end up pretty satisfied and nourished. Happiness and joy is a divine birthright for the tiger and the DM. It's also a divine birthright for every human on this dang planet. And the more we understand that this joy is something that we all deserve, the more we can recognize the more we can understand how we can access these energies and how we can accept the flow of them coming and going, the more we can understand that losing that experience is not a failure on our part. Going out of the experience of joy is not a failure. It's just a natural balance to the fact that joy, the sun energy, is on the extreme of one end. And it's a beautiful thing that we should value and cherish. But the loss of it, or the lack of it at times, does not represent a failure or the fact that we're doing something wrong. It just represents the natural flow of things. And I think what the DM person is realizing is that investments worth their happiness, investments coming from a place of love, will ultimately bring happiness, even if there's challenges to face before it and during it, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. So now we are going to move on to channeled messages and see what you two would say to one another. So I'm just going to pull 2 messages from the tiger to the DM, and then 2 messages from the DM to the tiger. and then we'll see what you two would say to one another. I feel like the one thing that you both need to know, though, is that instead of worrying about outcomes that don't exist, instead be open to how you can both bring this situation to a place of balance. And if all there is for you to do is just surrender and wait, allow that to be it and not try to force an outcome. I feel like if you're the Tiger person, recognizing that you don't have to wait on anyone, that joy and wisdom and experiences are always yours to access. Even if they're temporary, they still serve a value and a purpose. For the DM person, realizing that joy is also a birthright of theirs, and that just because they haven't experienced happy, harmonious connections or harmonious experiences with other people in a romantic context doesn't mean that that doesn't exist. And in fact, the more they approach this situation from a place of love and surrender rather than power or control, the easier it will be to understand if the other person is coming with that same energy, or if they're coming from a place of power and control, so that the DM can also protect themselves from people who are coming into situations not with their best interests at heart, not from a place of love. The more the DM person understands love and self-love, same with the Tiger, the easier it is for them to act in ways of love and understand that love isn't always obvious, and that sometimes we have to purge the things that are blocking us from love and that are keeping us from love in order to be open to the truth of love. So Spirit, what would the Tiger person say to the DM person if they could be completely honest? Okay, so the Tiger person is saying to the DM person that they are so very special, and I hope you'll wait for me. So I feel like the Tiger person is maybe worried that, I don't know why I didn't notice this until now, but the Tiger person is also, maybe this time apart is on the Tiger's end something that they can't control. Like maybe the bad timing is they're unable to come forward or they're unable to be honest. I feel like the Tiger person is worried that the DM person is going to forget them, but the DM person is already trying to figure out how to make their way back. And I'm hearing 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton, making my way downtown. But these are also energies of the Divine Feminine. 21 reduces to 3 in numerology, not math. Fuck regular math. We don't do that shit here. And number 3 is 3. So, which that's another 21. And I think actually one thing you both are realizing is that sometimes the best strategy is to have no strategy and just to lead from a place of love and trust wherever it ends up, that it might be better than anything you ever imagine. And I think that the Tiger person is realizing that, I feel like they're hoping that the DM person won't forget them. But I think what they're also realizing is that they can't wait on life to happen, and that even though this connection is very special to them, they have to trust in whatever cycles are happening. And not only that, they have to trust that the power of this connection is not something that I feel like the Tiger person is under the illusion that the DM person is trying to move on from them or trying to move on from this connection, or is waiting on the Tiger person. And I feel like what the Tiger person isn't realizing is that they're doing everything right. Like they just need to trust in their flow and recognize that rejection, one, is divine protection in certain ways, but a lack of action is not a direct reflection of the action the DM person wants to take. It's a reflection of the action they are able to take. And I feel like the Tiger person is starting to recognize that everything is in perfect timing, and there's no such thing as waiting in this connection. It's all happening as it's meant to. And I think with the strategy thing here, you're starting to realize that, or the Tiger person is starting to realize that the more they just open themselves up to the pure energy of love, the easier it will be to understand that nothing is out of place and nothing has gone wrong. The value of this connection is not lost. The wisdom and awareness you both have already gained is a beautiful, special thing in of itself. I think that the tiger person is just realizing that they are ending a cycle, and I feel like they're hoping that the DM person doesn't forget about them, or that the DM person is patient with them while they go through their transformations as well. You know, if the tiger person needs time away, needs time to be frustrated, be angry, try different things, I think the DM person is also realizing that they can appreciate the tiger person even when they can't show up either. You know, I feel like the tiger person, this is also an example of how things could mirror. So if you're the DM person, but the tiger person is the one that is created this time apart, it's not because they are outright rejecting the DM person. It's just the fact that they are honoring the cycles of their life and honoring the timing and honoring what isn't right so that they can be open to what is. Whew, okay. What would the DM person say to tiger person, please, Spirit? You make my heart full. And I never imagined so much perfection. And this is so beautiful because for the DM person, I think they're starting to realize how much love they have for the tiger person and how everything has happened. Like, I feel like part of the reason why they love the tiger person so much is because they are just perfect the way that they are. And they just love all of the little quirks and all the things like that. And I feel like the tiger person, you know, if they need time alone, I think that the tiger person is hoping that the DM person is waiting for them. But I think what they're both realizing is that neither of you are waiting on one another. Both of you are just living. And the more you can trust the flow of how things are going and not put interpretations on how things are happening in the material world, the easier it will be for both of you to co-create with spirit, so that when it is time for you both to come together, or when it is time to come back together, or when it's time for you both to speak up and be honest with one another, or the universe throws in a wild card that allows you guys to jump timelines or whatever the hell, like, y'all are able to be transparent about your truths. And I think that what you both are realizing is that nothing is lost, nothing has gone wrong, everything has gone right, and everything has been perfect in the way that it is meant, the way that it has meant to be. And I think for the tiger person, I think actually both parties here are afraid that the other is going to move on. And even if they do, that doesn't mean that's a moving on forever. It's just following the cycles and following the flow. Instead of taking one another's behavior as rejection of the other, instead trusting that there's a bigger reason for it, and that every decision we make, whether it's from love or not, will help redirect us to decisions that are loving. Anyway, okay. So what would these two say to each other, Spirit? I think we should see other people. And I am manifesting you. And on the back of the deck, I want to start a family with you. So actually one thing that you might experience is that you both might go off and have experiences with other people before you come back together, or if you're meant to come together in a committed way. You might have lessons and experiences with people before you two come together yourselves. However, I think you both are also afraid of the love in this connection, and you both may be running from this connection by exploring other connections, which is absolutely fine. But you both might be afraid that you might be missing out on something, or you might be jumping the gun, or something might not be right. I think you both are realizing that there is value and wisdom in the experiences you have separately and together. And I think we should see other people doesn't necessarily need to be like romantic relationships. It's just having other experiences and understanding different phenomena. Because I definitely think that time apart, a step away is a step together, if that's what's ultimately meant to happen. And I think that both of you are starting to realize that this connection is helping you both realize that it doesn't matter where you both are at in life, or how you both are choosing to engage with the connection and engage with one another. The love that exists between the both of you is very real, but what is also not real, that you both are making real, are the illusions and the fears that this love creates. And the universe is using this connection as an opportunity and a way to see what is stopping you both from embodying love, so that you don't wound one another or make situations worse by coming at a situation from your own fear, pain, and misunderstandings. But with the Strength card underneath this and ego, it's important to be aware of how you may resort to using other people or using other connections as a way for validation of your ego, rather than coming at it from an authentic place. So I think it's important to discern between what is me seeking something that is aligned with me and what is me seeking something to soothe my ego. Because your ego, while it's there to protect you, it can also create a lot of distortions. So I just cut the deck and got think before you act. And so I think the best advice that I can give for the both of you is to not act in this connection from a place of reactivity, and to kind of allow your emotions to pass before you make very decisive decisions or very permanent decisions, because you might make the situation messier than necessary, if that makes sense. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to advice before we get into the extended. I know you're like, how is there also an extended? How is that, I don't know, Spirit has a vice grip on my soul until I'm done channeling, and Mama didn't raise no bitch. If it takes me 3 hours to do a pile, it'll take me 3 hours, you know? Time is a construct. Okay, Spirit, what guidance do you have for the Tiger person? We have the sacral chakra, and the theme is bliss. The trigger statement is, why am I here? And the true statement is, I make a difference. You will have the motivation you need to express your light. Know that what you do today makes the world a better place. And I think part of this too is the understanding that like if you're the Tiger person, you're allowed to have desires, and that you make a difference in the world, in this connection, in yourself, when you just come from a place of following what is aligned with your soul and your heart. Because even if it doesn't make sense to the linear mind, or it feels like you're saying goodbye to something or rejecting something, you're just becoming open to new possibilities of how you could learn something. And it might be that it is actually quicker and more effective for both of you to learn certain lessons with other people, or have certain experiences. And that's actually what will help you both come back together in a more aligned way. That doesn't mean that you have to. It just means that Spirit wants you to be open to the idea that this situation could come together more easily or more quickly than you ever imagined. And sometimes, in order to speed up the process, we have people that come in and help us, or we have to have different experiences until we are more balanced again. Okay, what is the advice you have for the Death Mother person? See, you both have sacral chakra, so theirs is passion and the scent of jasmine. That could be confirmation for anyone named Jasmine, or anyone that thinks Aladdin would be significant. The trigger statement is, I am scared, and the true statement is, when I am vulnerable, I am at my strongest. Reconnect with your feminine energy and pursue something that ignites your fire. Open the gates of your fortress and explore. So both of you have a lot of deep desire for the other. And I think both of you are recognizing that there are things that you both need to heal on your own, and things that you both need to, these things that you are healing have benefit for yourselves and have benefits for this connection and other connections as well. I think what the Tiger person is realizing is that even though things may not turn out the way that they expect them to, doesn't mean that anything has gone wrong. And in fact, the more they open themselves up to experiences that help them understand the energy of bliss and the energy of engaging with life rather than feeling like they need to be separate or control life's flow for them, the more that they realize that they don't have to be in control of what brings them fulfillment, of what brings them satisfaction, but instead just be open to expressing your light, expressing what lights you up, and being open to that. That's perfect for them. That's exactly all they need to do. And for the DM person, the realization that their passion and that their desire and yearning for intimacy is not a weakness, but it's a strength. You know, the Death Mother person is afraid of being vulnerable. And so that's why what they are learning right now is how they're cutting themselves out from illusions of the distorted feminine. No matter what their gender identity or sex is, they are learning how to heal their distorted feminine. And I think because the Tiger person has healed a lot of their feminine, it's helping the DM person become aware of, maybe not consciously, but still become aware of what is not serving them. So there's definitely desire here, and both of you are healing your sacral chakras, which is wonderful. And that and the more you work on healing those areas, I feel like maybe that's a chakra that's out of balance for the both of you, or that's the chakra that you want to focus on the most. But I feel like both of you need to know that there's equal amounts of desire here and love here, and that sometimes the universe will say not yet or not right now, so that they can say yes to the highest timeline and the highest outcome for what is best for the both of you. So, Spirit, what guidance do you have for both parties here? And we have two heart chakra cards. The first one is reassuring, and the theme is peaceful. The trigger statement is, my life is a mess, and the true statement is, I find stillness within. Your outer world is a reflection of your inner world. Go within to find peace, and your life will reflect that. We also have resolution. The trigger statement is, the past haunts me, but the true statement is, in this moment, I am free. Let yourself be the one to heal the wounds passed down from your ancestors. The release and growth begins with you. So yeah, no matter what, this connection is not meant to be the way it has been. It will never be the same. And the more you lean into this transformation and this change, the more you'll become aware of the way that this connection serves you both individually and serves you both together. And the recognition that peaceful resolution is always an option, not only in this connection, but in any connection. And the more that we lead from a heart-centered place, and also be open and honest about what will make us happy, what it is we truly want, and honor what our passions are rather than shaming them because we think that they're bad or wrong, the more we surrender all of our limitations to boldly being just who we are, the more it becomes easier to trust the flows of life and recognize that our wounding and our conditioning is not representative of our truth, but just a barrier and a challenge to us understanding the beautiful intimacy that exists in a divine connection. And I'm not talking about divine connection with one another, but a divine connection to yourself and a connection to all that is. You both are literally mirroring the shit that you're meant to heal. And I think that you're both learning all these lessons. And if you found yourself in both piles here, it's important to recognize how much more similar you both are than you are different. But Spirit, what final guidance do you have for the Tiger, please? We have new opportunity. What guidance do you have for the DM person? Have more fun. So for the Tiger person, Spirit is really asking you to be open to new opportunities, even if they come in different forms. You never know where they could lead you to. Don't write something off because you're uncertain. Trust your intuition, but also if an opportunity doesn't sound pleasurable, if it doesn't sound like something you want, you don't have to accept it. Trust your intuition when new opportunities come your way, and ask yourself, will this opportunity bring me closer to myself or further away from myself? And if you're unsure, be willing to experiment and take a risk. Be daring enough to try something differently. And for the DM person, Spirit is saying that you need to have more fun and understand what lights you up and what makes you feel passionate. Life is not all about the hard stuff and the work. The more you embrace having fun and play, we gain a lot of wisdom and intelligence from that. And the more you allow yourself to be open to fun and realize that fun is not something that you necessarily lose, it might change its form, but fun is something that you always have access to. And the more you embrace the fact that you deserve to have that, and the more you embrace the fact that life is not always work and bullshit, that we're supposed to have fun too, the easier it is to honor what we're passionate about, and the easier it is to accept that we do have passions and that we're human and that there are things that we enjoy and there are things that we don't enjoy. And the more that we embrace what feels good to us rather than worrying about what other people will think when we do embrace what feels good to us, the more freedom that we have and the more that we realize the people judging us or the people thinking that we're doing something wrong are just trapped in their own illusions of fear and judgment. So, Spirit, what final guidance do you have for both parties in this connection, please? We have new home, moving, redecorate, safe place. And on the back of the deck, we have you're on the right path. And it was in reverse. And I don't think that that was meant that you're on the wrong path. It's just you have a distorted belief that you're on the wrong path because you can't see where it's leading to. Trust that wherever you're being led to is the outcome where you're meant to be. And I think the thing is that, like I said, no matter what, this connection is not meant to be the same. And what you both are meant to understand is that sometimes we'll find temporary homes for refuge. Sometimes we'll have to do some remodeling to our connections. Sometimes our safe place changes. I feel like no matter what, the next time this connection comes together, if it's meant to, y'all will be two very different people. And y'all will be stronger and better for the experiences that you've had. And if in the meantime, this connection is meant to stay something that exists more on the energetic plane and you both are meant to have otherworldly experiences in the meantime, trust that any place that feels like home, any place that makes you feel safe, is just another thing aligned with you. It doesn't mean that this connection and this person is not aligned with you anymore. It just means that you have access to these feelings of peace and alignment and safety in more ways than one. And that the less you limit yourself, the easier life can flow and the easier things can be. Whew. So pile 4, I'm going to take things over to the extended now. So meet me over there if you want to continue this fun, but if you are leaving me here, which is absolutely okay, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me if you appreciate what I do, but you can also support me by liking this video. That is incredibly helpful, so thank you to everyone who does that. You can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can follow my social media, though do be aware I have tons of scammers pretending to be me. So just know that I do not offer personal readings and that I only have one official Instagram account. If someone slides in your DMs claiming to be me offering you a personal reading, they are a scammer, a liar, and a fraud. And they are not acting from a place of love. They're acting from a place of douchebaggery. Anyway, I also have merch linked below, and the thanks button if you want to give me a tip or other ways to tip are linked down below as well. Thank you guys so much for being here and for letting me read your cards. I really hope that these messages helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!